Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started in 1 second. If everybody can get settled. All right. Well, good morning. Thank you all for being here bright and early on Thursday morning, to talk about virtual power plants. We're here, of course, today for a public stakeholder meeting of the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities in their matter investigating the establishment of a virtual power plant. My name is Josh Ryer. I am a principal with the Regulatory Assistance Project, or RAP. I will be the moderator for today's session. For folks that aren't familiar with RAP, we are a global nonprofit of former practitioners and energy policy experts that support organizations like New Jersey BPU on energy transition topics. And we're really honored to be invited back today. For those of you that had the opportunity to join us for our workshop here in the same room on May 7th on the Utility Business Model Reform Study, we're honored to be able to host and facilitate that, and really excited to be back here today. So enough from me. We want to start the day off with some opening remarks from the new BPU president. So with that, without further ado, we'll transition to that.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. On behalf of the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities, thank you for joining us for this important stakeholder meeting on New Jersey's proposed virtual power plant program. I want to recognize the ratepayers, consumer advocates, environmental organizations, technology providers, businesses, energy experts, and representatives of our electric utilities who are participating today. Your experience and input will be essential as we work to design a program that delivers meaningful benefits for the people of New Jersey. Our state is facing a period of rapidly growing electricity demand. At the same time, New Jersey families and businesses are confronting higher energy costs, including the effects of increased capacity prices in PJM. Governor Mikey Sherrill's Executive Order No. 2 directed the board to begin developing a virtual power plant, or VPP, program as part of a broader effort to expand New Jersey's energy resources, reduce costs, and strengthen the reliability of our electric system. The U.S. Department of Energy has found that procuring new peak capacity through virtual power plants can cost substantially less than relying on traditional resources such as new peaking power plants. Once emergency-only resources, VPPs are increasingly part of daily ISO and utility dispatch, shaving peaks, reducing congestion, and offering a low-cost block of energy to operators. The potential savings are significant. BPU staff estimate that reducing New Jersey's statewide peak electricity demand by just 3%, or approximately 589 megawatts, could save New Jersey ratepayers roughly $60 million each year. And that's just one value stream. Crucially, these benefits would not be limited to customers who enroll their devices. Reducing the state's overall peak demand can lower system costs for all ratepayers. Participating customers would also receive direct benefits through bill credits, performance incentives, or other forms of compensation. The VPP business and operational models have matured significantly over the last decade. The market has also scaled, reaching nearly 40 gigawatts today, an astounding number. Where the hard work lies is in developing a robust, competitive market for grid services through which VPPs can provide value, and in integrating these services into utility planning and operations. This is our vision, and where we believe New Jersey can set a nation-leading model. Reflecting the maturation of the DER market, we are moving from an incentive-based framework to a compensation-based one, in which third-party resources are compensated for the grid services provided. These services will be determined by utilities during planning, displacing traditional costs and investment in order to ensure a reduction in cost to serve. By working toward a robust market for grid services driven by utility needs, DER and VPP providers will see increasing and stackable revenue opportunities, improving their value proposition to customers, a virtuous cycle for the industry. But the success of this project will depend on getting the details right. We must consider consumer protections, cybersecurity, data privacy, accessibility, compensation, program design, and the ability of households and businesses from every part of New Jersey to participate. We must also determine how the programs will be administered by Atlantic City Electric, JCP&L, PSE&G, and Rockland Electric, and ensure that utility financial success is aligned with the success of this new model, even when capital expenditure is reduced. Our VPP initiative is therefore deeply interconnected with our GridFlex, proactive system upgrade plans, utility business model reform, data center rule development, and other initiatives that will work together to ensure this, and to deliver our vision. That is why today's discussion matters. The straw proposal released earlier this month was designed to advance New Jersey's clean energy future through a forward-looking VPP program. Our goals are programmatic, operational, and strategic, each essential to the building an affordable, reliable, clean, and equitable energy system for the state. Programmatically, this program proposal aims to establish a durable, open access market structure that attracts DER providers and competitive third-party aggregators. This will unlock private capital, accelerate enrollment, and empower customers who already own clean energy technologies like smart thermostats and electric vehicles to benefit more directly from them. Operationally, our focus is on creating equitable opportunities for ratepayers across the state. Through coordinated peak load reductions and a unified program architecture across BPU programs, we will ensure that all customers can access and benefit from the savings, revenue opportunities, and local resilience that DERs can provide. Strategically, this program marks a significant step in the evolution of the utility business model. By integrating grid services provided by DERs into distribution system operations and planning, we can defer or even avoid costly traditional energy infrastructure investments. This includes reducing our exposure to long infrastructure development cycles. In short, VPPs help us make more efficient use of existing customer and third-party resources to accelerate utility timelines and reduce their cost to serve. From an equity perspective, we need to ensure the participation of low-income and disadvantaged communities, including those who don't own homes. This must be balanced against the locational needs of utilities who may need to protect a substation regardless of who it serves, limiting which customers are in a position to provide a service. Achieving this vision will require sustained coordination across multiple board proceedings, our electric distribution companies, industry, and other stakeholders. Every New Jersey family deserves an electric grid that works smarter and costs less. Virtual power plants give us an opportunity to take technology already sitting in our driveways, homes, and businesses and to leverage them as low-cost resources. This is an opportunity to pay customers for their flexibility, offsetting their energy costs. We are not here today to present a finished program. We are here to build one together. I encourage you to ask questions, identify challenges, share your expertise, and help us understand what will be necessary to make New Jersey's first virtual power plant program practical, equitable, secure, and effective. Thank you again for being here, for participating in this process, and for helping us shape a more affordable, reliable, and efficient energy future for New Jersey.
We appreciate those opening remarks, and I think it sets the stage nicely for the rest of the day. So before we get on to the first kind of substantive panel of the morning, I want to walk you through what we're here to achieve and set some kind of meeting objectives so everyone knows what to expect for the rest of the day. Then I'll walk us through the agenda, and again, we'll start our first substantive panel. So really there's four objectives that we have for today's workshop. The first is to better understand New Jersey's existing related programs. So really understanding the existing programs that the four EDCs here in New Jersey currently offer that are related to virtual power plants. So we know the base that we're starting from here in New Jersey. The second is to learn about virtual power plant and demand response programs and best practices from across the country. Really excited to have experts from RMI, from Xcel, from National Grid, and from the New Jersey Commission here to talk about their experiences with demand response and load reduction programs in their jurisdictions, and really learn from what they did right and maybe a few things that they would have done differently. Then in the afternoon, one of our key objectives, is to inform all of you about the virtual power plant straw proposal that the president mentioned was issued a few weeks ago, and to answer clarifying questions to make sure it's really clear what was envisioned in that straw proposal. And then as folks are formulating the comments that you'll provide in the formal docket that are due in August, and we'll talk about that later, you have a clear sense of what BPU staff was intending with that straw and how all the different pieces come together. And then last but certainly not least, we want to take this opportunity to solicit input from all of you here today on the straw proposals, and also just what is the ideal VPP program design here specifically for New Jersey. So those are our 4 objectives for today's workshop. The agenda looks a little bit like this. Of course, we're already doing the welcome and opening remarks. Our first panel will be on the existing New Jersey utility programs. Obviously, not all of them are VPP programs, but related programs to understand what the baseline is and what we're building off of here in New Jersey. We'll then take a break, we'll come back, and we'll have that panel of experts that I mentioned from across the country that will talk about demand response programs in their jurisdictions and what they learned from the design and implementation of those programs. We'll take an hour break for lunch. Hopefully everyone will stick around and network with your colleagues that are here. And then when we come back from break, we'll have Elizabeth Knoll from the governor's office will provide some additional remarks and context setting. And then we'll do a deep dive into the straw proposal. We'll hear from staff on all the different elements that were included in that straw proposal, and we'll offer some time for all of you to ask clarifying questions, again, to make sure you understand the details of what was included and also the intention behind all of the different elements that are included in there. And then we'll have fairly significant time for stakeholder feedback. First, we'll have a facilitated discussion on questions that some of which were in the straw proposal, others complement the questions that were asked of stakeholders in that document. We'll have a bit of back and forth. Folks will get familiar with, there's a microphone there in the middle of the audience when we get to that discussion period. And then after we have that interactive dialogue, there'll be an opportunity for folks to provide public comments on anything we maybe don't get to in the interactive discussion. And then we'll close out with next steps from BPU. So with that, unless there's any clarifying questions on that agenda, please go ahead. And actually, if you have a clarifying question, if we could just walk to the, yeah.
Will the slides, all the slides for today be available then?
So for folks online, the question was, will the slides be available for everyone? And I have not asked BPU staff this, but I'm going to go ahead and commit them to affirm yes on that. So we'll go ahead and start, and I'm excited to welcome up Kathleen Lewis, who's a Clean Transportation Program Manager with BPU, who's going to be moderating our first panel. And if the panelists can also go ahead and join her up here at the table.
Good morning. Oh, come on. Good morning. All right. So I'm excited to be here. I'm going to let the panelists come up, and so the panelists know we're going to trade seats as we go. So take a seat. There's Tim. Oh, I was like, Tim is here. I saw him. And I welcome everybody, and also thank you guys. We had 200 people almost 200 people who signed up today to come to something in the middle of the summer. So thank you all for coming here. I think everyone is just as excited as we are at the BPU to be having this conversation. So when we started this work, when we pulled together the team, the very first thing we did is actually what you're going to do right now. Which is we spent a lot of time figuring out and understanding what programs already existed in the state of New Jersey that we could build upon. And so our Triennium 2 programs encourage the utilities to bring investment in demand response programs to New Jersey. And they will serve as the backbone on which the interim VPP program begins to build out the New Jersey VPP program. So before we talk about the straw, before we talk about what's going on in other states, we wanted to make sure that everybody in this room and out there who's watching understood not just the programs that we have already in New Jersey that we can build upon, but the best practices that they've learned, and also some of the programs that those companies may want to bring in from other jurisdictions that they've had some success on. So I'm excited for you to hear all the great things that we have heard and that we tried to digest and put into the straw. I'm going to bring up each of the panelists, and they're going to start their presentations. After their presentations, I'm happy to take one or two clarifying questions, and I really do mean clarifying questions. And then if you have policy questions, if you have overarching questions, we are going to have a great conversation after each of our panelists goes so that we can have everyone participate. But if you're looking at a slide and go, I'm not quite sure, that's where we want to have those questions at the end of each of the presentations. So with that, I'm going to ask Tim Fagan, who's the Senior Manager for Planning and Evaluation for PSE&G. Come on up. The arrows.
Great. Thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thanks for this opportunity to go through our programs. Let's see, let's move on. So today we have, I would kind of generally say we have two flavors of demand response, and we also have a VPP pilot that we're about to launch. So let me go through first the two flavors of demand response. So the first is Flex Power, we call it. It's essentially a residential and small business direct load control program, right? For those of you that may not be familiar, right? Direct load control means that during events, we will, through our, aggregators, kind of reset temperatures on smart thermostats or otherwise, take some direct control over the equipment to ensure that we're getting a demand reduction. So this program right now, this is more than just a smart thermostat program. Although smart thermostats are by far the majority of the resources that are in the program. We also allow both electric vehicles and or the charging equipment to be participants in the program, and we also allow smart heat pump water heaters to be part of the program. So you can see these numbers here, the 46,000. So we've had the program open for about a year, so that's a pretty good ramp rate for about a year's worth of deployment. What has really benefited us there is that prior to the launch of our Flex Power program, we had been providing smart thermostat incentives to residential customers for 5 or 6 years through our energy efficiency program. So we had kind of a built-in, knowledge of those customers. So, when we first launched, we marketed to them to try to get them in. And then as we've been moving along too, we're bringing in new customers who are now currently taking on incentives for the smart thermostat programs in the EE program and kind of making it a one-stop shop for them to then join the DR program. I mean, similar on the EV program, we have an existing EV program where we provide incentives for customers to install their level 2 chargers. So that also gave us a base of customers that we had an awareness of. It allowed us to go out and market to them as well. The other program, Smart Flex, is a little bit smaller program. This is a program where we don't take control of any equipment, but we advise the customers of events, and then whatever they can do in their homes to reduce demand during the peak event, we will pay them for on a $ per kWh basis. And the way we do that is that we'll look at the AMI data after the event, compare that to the baseline, and pay off based on the differences that we see. So you can see the enrollment there has not been as strong as it is on the Flex Power program. And you can see that the Flex Power program has so far provided, a lot more peak load reduction. The last piece on the VPP pilot, so we're about to launch that. It'll probably be within the next week or so. So the way this program is going to work is that we will provide an upfront incentive. So right now, the incentive is $5,000 for like an 8 kW battery system. And we also will allow the customer to take the balance of whatever the cost is to install and put that on our on-bill repayment program, which is a very successful feature of our energy efficiency programs. Then we will, for that incentive, the customer agrees to allow us to, charge and discharge the battery during peak events, and we'll, work it that way. And then when we're not calling the events, they can operate the battery as they want, or they can just use it. I mean, very often what we're seeing is that folks, residential customers who are installing batteries, do it for the resiliency. Very often you'll see that they're installing these batteries when they already have solar, so they feel that they can use the batteries with their residential solar platforms and maintain, some resiliency during storm outages. So that is what we have in place right now. I mean, certainly we see a lot of near-term opportunities for expansion. There's an opportunity to enroll existing battery owners into a similar type of VPP program, which would be more of a pay-for-performance program. We've heard from some of the battery OEMs, and our understanding is that there's several thousand batteries installed in New Jersey today that are essentially just providing the resiliency type of service that I just spoke about. Our programs today also are limited to residential and very small C&I customers. When I mentioned the small C&I customers before, what we're really targeting there are C&I customers that have residential style equipment. Like, there are some very small businesses sometimes that may have a smart thermostat, that's a Honeywell or Ecobee, whatever. So, that's the limitation on our small business side. But we certainly see greater opportunity on the C&I side if we could expand there. And then there's also opportunities even to do more with the existing number of smart thermostats that are installed. We've seen in other jurisdictions, even in New York, and some of the others, particularly with some of the thermostat OEMs, that there are ways to make, let's say, micro adjustments on customers' thermostats that are kind of, the customers don't even notice the differences, but when you aggregate them and manage them in concert, just because of the sheer numbers of them that are installed, you can get meaningful reductions. I'll mention some of the things going on in Long Island. I am not an expert on Long Island, as you know or may know. PSE&G in New Jersey and PSE&G in Long Island operate very separately from each other, so I don't have the same level of knowledge there. But they have similar programs to what I've just discussed. They have, a smart thermostat program. They have started a bring your own battery program. Their background VPP program, that they call it, is that micro adjustment of thermostats programs that I just mentioned. And they also have kind of a time of day program with their smart thermostats, because you may know PSEG Long Island has implemented kind of a mandatory time of use rate to residential customers that currently the New Jersey utilities don't have. So they're trying to help customers take advantage of the, the time of use rates for their benefit. So let's go next. So we just wanted to mention some of the lessons that we've learned from others. So what we have seen so far, and this is evolving, but I'll just say this generally. Generally across the U.S., we've seen that, most of the programs now that are kind of called VPP, right? VPP now has kind of taken on a very broad naming convention, right? Almost everyone who wants anything to do with any type of demand reduction, even if it's a simple DR program, now are calling their programs VPP programs. But what we've seen so far is that most of the programs are looking at peak demand reductions, right, at the wholesale level. We've started to see some that are starting to get down into more, let's say, distribution level services, but we haven't seen too much of that yet. Certainly, there needs to be a lot of work done to quantify what those values are at the distribution level. Until that's done, it's a little bit difficult to put values out to customers on some of the other services. We certainly see utility ownership of storage as a trend that we've seen in other jurisdictions, and we would, encourage that to be allowed in New Jersey too. There's a lot of unique value in that. Number one, the ability to get to scale quickly and to have more direct control and management of the resources. We also do see the utilities as being very central to growth, right? I mean, at the end of the day, to get to the benefits we need to see, the utilities are going to have a central role in this orchestration, right? In order to both, A, protect the system to make sure something doesn't happen that's detrimental to the local distribution grid, and then to maximize the benefits, not just during peak demand times, but other times when there might be constraints, certainly to enable more solar to get put onto circuits that are growingly, increasingly constrained. So things like that. We certainly agree with, performance-based compensation. We've seen more of that throughout the country. The one caveat on that might be it's on some of the residential side with individual residential customers, whether or not they can really kind of sign up for a $1 per kW thing with a smart thermostat or not. But I think there are ways to kind of mix and match program portfolios in order to make things simple for all customers, regardless of who they are. And then finally, what we've seen is that the adoption has certainly been a little bit uneven. And like I said, I think just kind of reiterating the point that utilities, can fill the gap on that. The other thing that's important to understand is that, by and large, the utilities have a great relationship with all customers, right? We're engaging them more now on other types of services through energy efficiency, through electric vehicles. They trust us. They understand, the value proposition when we present it to them, and, are willing to engage with us because of that trust. So the utilities can certainly play a big role in the future of VPPs as well. So with that, I think I will turn it back over to Kathleen and bring up the next.
Thanks, Tim. Any clarifying questions for Tim? Great. So I'm going to bring up Melanie next. Melanie is the section manager for the customer energy services at RECO. So you're going to hit the arrow buttons. The arrow buttons to move it along.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today about the VPP and related programs that we offer in New Jersey, as well as the programs we offer in New York for our parent company, Orange and Rockland. All right, so I'll start today by talking about our Rockland Electric Company demand response programs. The first one we have is a residential program. It's called Bring Your Own Thermostat, or BYOT. This program, RICO makes brief, limited adjustments during peak electric demand to enrolled customers' thermostats. A customer could enroll either by going to our website or directly if they purchase a smart thermostat from our marketplace, they can enroll immediately. And we currently have about 2,659 customers enrolled, and that represents about 4,500 devices. So the initial rebate here is $85. If enrolling on the marketplace, that would be an instant rebate on the thermostat. And then after the second summer of enrollment, the customer receives $25 annually. ancillary services and capacity markets, and we have been approved to expand that NWA in 2027. So on normal operating days when the storage system is not required for local capacity needs, it can charge and discharge like a conventional battery system and participate in the energy markets. And any revenue that is obtained from that after maintenance cost is returned right back to the customers. We also have the West Warwick battery energy storage system that's lower left. That is a third-party owned model. It's owned by Convergent, and we have a contract for a set number of dispatches annually, as well as a profit-sharing agreement for revenue that's generated from that NWA. Then if you look top left in orange, we have the long-duration energy storage system that uses non-lithium ion technology involving activated carbon and salt water, which has a strong fire safety profile. This project is intended for longer durations of discharge, and it can go for periods of up to 10 hours. This project is currently in the pre-permitting stage, and the technology is being provided also by a third party, Capybara Energy. Then we have, in the middle there, our ISBM program, which is our innovative storage business model, and I'll do a little bit of a deeper dive into that model. Okay, so as you can see here, the innovative storage business model is a utility-led demonstration project that successfully piloted New York's first residential virtual power plant. This model pairs residential rooftop solar with battery storage, and it's funded through the New York's Reforming the Energy Vision initiative. It's intended to evaluate customer adoption of distribution resources and demonstrate how flexible resources can address grid constraints. This project has approximately 345 residential solar plus storage systems with a 3 megawatt hour capacity and a 1.5 megawatt load shed. For this project, customers lease the solar arrays from Sunrun, which are sized up at 110% of annual usage with an 8.4 kilowatt average. O&R, or Orange and Rockland, incentivizes customers to install residential batteries, and then the customer can choose either a free LG Chem battery, or they could get a significant discount on a Tesla Powerwall. This project focuses on local substation in Warwick initially, and then it later expanded across the Orange and Rockland territory, and there's a big focus here on disadvantaged communities and circuits identified as having priority system needs. The incentives are also larger in the disadvantaged community and those priority system need areas. The demonstration project runs from 2025 to 2027, so we're right in the middle of this demo. Okay, we will transition over to our managed charging program, so moving from battery storage to electric vehicles. We have our Smart Charge New York program, or SCNY. It's a massive managed charging program throughout the New York territory, and it shifts load off peak times and enhances affordability through direct incentive payments to the customers. The core incentive payment is a 7 cents per kilowatt hour for charging off-peak, and participants also receive $35 per month when they avoid the summer peak periods. Additionally, there are additional incentives for referrals, and when the customer enrolls, there is a $25 one-time bonus after 3 months. And then when we look at the load profiles in the middle there of the EV drivers across the territory, the monthly energy consumption for participants and non-participants are generally similar. The only difference is when the charging occurs. So the program primarily shifts the timing of charging rather than reducing the total amount of energy consumed. During the New York summer peak months, managed charging reduces EV's contribution to peak demand by more than 40% across all enrolled and non-enrolled vehicles. Enrollment has been strong for this program. There are currently approximately 8,500 EVs enrolled. And when we compare that to the New York voluntary time of use EV rates, you could see that there is a much higher enrollment in Smart Charge New York, as well as for the New Jersey time of day rate. There's also a much higher propensity for customers to enroll in the Smart Charge New York program. In Orange and Rockland territory, there's approximately 11,500 EVs, And when we compare that to our RICO territory, which is much smaller, there's actually more EVs with 13,200. So that comparison suggests that this model could be extremely successful in New Jersey, given the large number of EVs in the RICO service territory. And the overall takeaway here is that managed charging can shift load away from those peak periods, and it doesn't necessarily mean that customers have to do less charging. They just have to charge at different times. So as you could see, we bring extensive experience in demand response, battery storage, and managed charging across our New York areas, and we're extremely excited about the opportunity to expand those offerings in New Jersey, applying the lessons we've learned in New York as we continue to improve reliability and aim for affordability for our New Jersey customers. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Any clarifying questions? Because I'm going to use my role as moderator to ask a clarifying question. I was looking at this chart, and the commercial relief program has less participation than the others in percentage. I'm wondering if there's any differences. Is that program newer?
It's not that it's newer, so the distribution load relief program is like a local emergency program. So there's like a local emergency, so it doesn't necessarily happen as often as the commercial system relief program. That's like territory-wide. So if we go over a certain, or if we anticipate we're gonna go over this certain threshold of what the grid can handle, we'll call events there. So I think it's just a matter of that there's more events called.
That's probably the same types of events that are being called for the BYOT program, though, right?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
So the commercial customers are less likely to respond to all of the events than the residential in this program right now.
I would say so.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On the Orange and Rockland storage projects, are they all third party?
No, the Pomona NWA is owned and operated by Orange and Rockland. The West Warwick NWA is a third party, and the long duration storage is operated by Orange and Rockland, but the technology is owned by a third party.
All right, I see two more quick questions, and then we're gonna go to the next one. Yes?
Okay, I just had a quick question about the ISBM program.
Oh, sorry.
The mic and then name of the place.
And Lyle, I'm gonna ask you to go to the mic for your question, and then we'll move to the next one.
And then if the panelists do, if you guys can use the mics.
Yep.
Okay, we've achieved success. Okay, hi everyone, Joan White from SIA. I just had a quick question about the ISBM program. You mentioned you're targeting certain circuits, and I wondered if you could just walk us through the method of how you identified which circuits were going to be a priority.
So I might have to get back to you on that. Our storage SME is here, and he'd be happy to answer that either now or throughout the day.
Yeah, so just, sorry.
Oh, sorry, we're live streaming. So, hold on one second. We'll do this quicker. Here.
There we go.
Hi, Christian Woods from RICO/Orange and Rockland. So we look at the KD and safety numbers for the specific circuits, or just those that are approaching their, threshold of what is, safe. So looking to install where it would make the most difference. And then the disadvantaged communities, that's what's defined by NYSERDA within the state. So the address falls within that footprint or is on that circuit, it would get a higher incentive because we want to push that further in those areas.
Thank you. Lyle.
Hi, Lyle Rawlings from the Mid-Atlantic Solar and Storage Industries Association. In the Bring Your Own Battery program, is that direct control of the battery by ONR, or is it notifying the customer who manually responds?
That is direct control of the battery by ONR.
Cool.
Similar to the BYOT with the smart thermostat.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. And thanks for that good conversation. I think it's important that we get some of those clarifying pieces out there. And I'm also going to take this opportunity to encourage everyone, when they give us their comments, which are due by August 17th, that the more detail about the things that you think are working, the better. As we try and shape programs, having those details, thinking about what works, what doesn't, what the requirements are is really important. So with that, we are going to move on to Andrew Bain, who is the manager for demand response at ACE.
Good morning, everybody. Andrew Bain, manager of our demand response portfolio, really our load management portfolio at PHI. When we say load management, there's a number of different constituents, so it's good to see some familiar faces here. It's anything from our EV programs, which is our Make Ready programs, through our passive and active managed charging programs, which we just heard a little bit about, through our time of use offerings that we provide, and then also our demand response portfolio, which I will be detailing here this morning. So what I want to do is I want to present really an overview of our DR portfolio that we offer at PHI. So that's from South Jersey through DC. And then I want to talk a little bit about the operational value that this portfolio provides to our system, both at the transmission level, driving that resource adequacy with our RTO, and then also down to that distribution value as well, which we heard Tim speak to a little bit earlier. And then I also want to reflect a little bit on some of the innovative pilots that we're doing, both from an operational piloting strategy as well as a device or a hardware technology piloting strategy as well. So on this slide, I want to draw your attention really to three different areas. The first being the device participation. You can see that for us, demand response delivers the system value as part of that value proposition with our customers, where they're getting the equity or the economic value and we're getting the operational value. That operational value is derived when demand response portfolios are done at scale. You can see just the sheer scale across PHI in our device participation and saturation across our service territories. That's accomplished when we utilize things like our legacy programs. If you look at the available programs, we've got Energy Wise Rewards, or EWR there, our flexible load management pathway, which Tim was alluding to a little bit earlier. It's a little bit more of that customer optionality and comfortability that's prioritized there. It's a 2-degree offset versus a 4-degree offset in EWR, so we're creating some optionality for our customers. And then we have things like our locational demand response pilot demonstrations and our winter demand response pilot demonstrations in Maryland. The locational one is really driving some of that distribution service, distribution system value, and I'll detail that in a few slides for you as well. The other thing that I wanted to point your attention to really speaks to the new president's opening remarks around those capacity revenues that you see in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. Our auction strategy I will detail in another slide or two, I believe, but it really is that those millions of dollars across PHI, they're a pass-through to our customers, whether they're enrolled into these programs or not. So to the president's point, these are value streams that all of our ratepayers are realizing. And then, of course, those incentive structures and those pieces of mind that are given to our customers from a reliability standpoint with these non-wires alternatives are things that we're driving to those that are actually enrolled into the programs. And then the other area I wanted to point out on this slide, in the interest of time, is our megawatt impact as well. So at scale is when you start to realize the megawatts. We're clearing almost 100 megawatts in our auction strategies in the capacity market with PJM, and that's really driving the resource adequacy that this portfolio can deliver to the system. Going to the next slide. I wanted to highlight our operational impact. So in these next, I think, 3 slides are going to be speaking to holistically one thing that we've done on the right-hand side for the tables. We've been able to develop our operational triggers. Basically, our if this, then that scenarios that say if these things are met in ACE, for example, we're going to go ahead and dispatch on blue sky operations with our DR portfolio. And that's across the gambit of portfolio offerings that we have with, regardless of what device it is, from smart thermostats in our BYO suite through our load control switches and our direct load control legacy programs. We've developed these operational strategies utilizing day-ahead zonal information, LMPs, as our triggers, because last summer we were able to load shed during one of the 5 coincident peaks at PJM, and that day really informed everything that we're trying to accomplish this summer. Just below that, under our emergency dispatch operations, there's really two levels of emergency dispatch. One is at that transmission level with our RTO, where we are bid in to the capacity market as a quick 30 asset, which quite literally means we have 30 minutes to respond when that, that break glass moment happens at PJM. I'll detail that, I think, on the very next slide of one example earlier this month of how PJM called upon our programs. And then there's also that distribution system conditions, where our OCC is really spearheading across Exelon their involvement in saying, we understand system conditions better than any other department at our company. We should be utilizing this portfolio because it is at such a large scale as a tool in our toolbox to relieve some of those system conditions, kind of to Joan's question a little bit earlier. The other area I wanted to point out was the bottom left-hand side of the screen, where we've been able to execute 22 demand response events so far in our control season since just June 1st this year. It's really exciting. Last year we ran 7 altogether, and we gave ourselves a pat on the back, and all of a sudden this year we've just gotten so much more comfortability with both our customers and their experience, and then also our system, from our system protection and engineering teams, capacity planning, and of course our OCCs as well. This next slide is where we start to get into the fun stuff. So in July, PJM actually dispatched across PHI all of our load management programs that we have bid into the capacity market. That's the first time that PJM has done that in almost 15 years, well over a decade. So we're quite literally doing things for the first time that any of us have even considered. I want to draw your attention really to 2 different areas on this slide. In the table, that second column under our megawatt commitments, you're seeing that that's that almost 100 megawatts across our service territory that we have committed to PJM. That is the resource adequacy value that this portfolio provides to our RTO. So at transmission level, we're delivering that confidence to our RTO that they can bake this into their system planning. There was a Reuters article published on July 2nd. PJM was just over 5 gigawatts left in its reserve before they were going to have to call rolling blackouts. Our portfolio was one of those mitigating circumstances that prevented that, right? We were that operational tool in the eyes of PJM that they could plan on. Now, in the eyes of PJM, we are another CSP. We are not necessarily a utility in the eyes of PJM with our auction strategy, but all the same, we are still a tool in their toolbox for load relief in emergent conditions. The other area I wanted to call upon was this was a back-to-back event. July 2nd, we were called upon for about 5 hours. July 3rd, it was almost 8 hours. At the end of the day, what we did, we wanted to make sure that we were operationally sound and able to meet our commitments that I detailed to PJM, so we just threw everything but the kitchen sink at it. We had customers off for 5, 6, 7+ hours at a time, and our first lesson learned out of that is, 1, the communication to those customers to ensure that comfort, that comfortability, and that confidence. But then 2, we're already starting to adjust our dispatch strategy. How can we cohort customers so no one customer is off for any longer than 2, 3, 4 hours at a time? How can we create a smoothing of the peak when PJM calls upon us rather than just throw everything at it and see that crash come down? And then the other area I wanted to detail was really those 3 bottom ribbons at the bottom of the screen. It just details the severity of the situation that we were facing in that heat dome on the 2nd and the 3rd. PJM was predicting record levels of load, and we were just an available asset on standby for them. So at PHI, we're kind of predicting that this might be the trend for the future here, and we're already trying to adjust how can we lean on our legacy programs to bring those back online, like in New Jersey, for example. How can we get our direct load control switch platform up and running again? We're ready to go at a moment's notice when we're given that green light, because we see the resource adequacy value that legacy programs can provide, as well as with some of those piloting programs as well. The next thing I want to speak to, so that's really the transmission level value that we're able to bring to our system. Here I wanted to show some of that distribution service value as well. To Tim's point, is one of the things that we're trying to pressure test, and we're doing it so much so in a partnership with our OCCs across PHI. So from Atlantic City Electric down through Pepco, Maryland, and DC, and Delmarva in between, we're really driving some collaboration with our system operators and our system planning engineers, and we're trying to prove out the efficacy that these programs have from an operational perspective. And one of the ways that we're doing that is locational demand response. So we are working to identify areas of system need, whether that's in our system planning where we've got our 10-year forecast, or it's, hey, we've got an N-1 scenario that just popped up on the system, there's a transformer down, how can we leverage the saturation of our demand response portfolio to relieve that situation? And that was done on June 22nd of last summer. Our Pepco Maryland OCC recognized an N-1 scenario on 4 radial fed substations. They basically logged in directly to the EdgeDerms platform for our load control switch customer portfolio, and they ran a 6-hour event, but a 6-hour event where we basically pulled, I think it was almost 2 megawatts off of the system over that duration. At the end of the day, what that allowed us to do is essentially just throw everything but the kitchen sink at the scenario and just improve redundancy. Allow the remaining distribution equipment to pick up that additional load and prevent those rolling blackouts or anything from further happening to the system. The other thing that I really wanted to detail here was that OCC collaboration. They are logging directly into the EdgeDerms platform, right? So we're not having several layers of stopgaps between us and the software itself, which manipulate these customer-cited assets. We're working to do that directly with our system operators. The last thing that I wanted to detail for you is some of the piloting strategies that we're bringing forth. So in that locational demand response slide that I just shared, that's an operational pilot. We're trying to understand, hey, we've got this saturation with our legacy programs. How can we think about utilizing them differently? Who are the players that we need to involve to think about how we can utilize these programs and these offerings differently on our system? We're also thinking that demand response, again, you've heard me repeat this throughout this last 15 minutes or so, it drives that value at scale. So that's done through several customer pathways, but also through the technologies that are available to us. So we are standing up a bring your own battery pilot in Delmarva, Delaware. It is a grant-funded pilot where we are working directly with an OEM. But to us, demand response is the functionality. The asset that delivers the kilowatt factors, I like to joke, you could put a load control switch on the dog if you want to make it bark less, and it gives you the kilowatts that you need. So at the end of the day, we don't care exactly what the device is that's delivering the kilowatt factors. It's the functionality of demand response that delivers the value. So to us, it's understanding how batteries and a bring your own battery pilot can do all the same. And I want to draw your attention really to two points on this slide. In my opinion, the first thing that we want to pilot here is, yes, the battery itself, but more so it's that customer experience. Is that just over $1,000 a year and in a pay-for-performance incentive structure, is that juice worth the squeeze to the customers? To say, hey, I own this very, quite frankly, expensive system in my home or in my garage, in my basement, or in my business, is that $1,000 a year worth it to allow the utility to basically make the battery do what I bought it to do? And then the other side of that is the frequency in which we want to call upon, these up to 80 events a year. Is that something that's going to drive that customer attrition, through the roof? Because at the end of the day, we're recognizing that devices behave differently when you dispatch them from a battery to a thermostat to a pool pump or a smart water heater, and that device's behavior impacts that customer experience, which impacts if a customer is opting out or enrolling from a program. And that customer attrition is ultimately what drives the system value that we can glean from these programs. If we're not keeping that customer experience and that confidence as a priority, the operational value, diminishes over time as well. With that, I will pause and see if there are any questions, but it's essentially what we've got.
Great. Oh, somebody got a question.
Two longer clarifying questions. On EWR economic dispatch, ACE day ahead is $71. The other ones are $120, $134. Why is that?
It's just zonal information. So last year when we hit our coincident peak, we utilized the LMPs that were basically in the day ahead market during that time, and we're creating our dispatch strategies off of that information from last year. I'm almost guaranteeing that our dispatch strategies, our triggers there will adjust after this summer season as well. So we want to remain iterative and really agile in our operational strategies. And I think that that's one of the things that makes me really excited about the approach that we're taking with the BPU in New Jersey, is that it's encouraged to kind of sandbox these strategies. And that's from sandboxing technologies all the way through incentive structures.
Okay. And the second one is July demand response event information. Why is ACE less megawatt commitment to PJM than the others?
It's rooted in that devices enrolled number that you see all the way on the right-hand side of that table. So we do take, PJM takes a haircut based on our base residual auction that we commit. So we say, hey, here's how many megawatts we want to give. PJM takes, I think, roughly a 15% haircut off of that. And then we also take a little bit of a confidence haircut there as well. So that way we can account for that customer attrition. If a customer chooses to opt out, unenroll from a program, we can still meet that megawatt commitment. But at the end of the day, also, I do want to state that our legacy programs, as you can see in our Maryland, DC service territories, they're delivering that saturation that we need. We've got tens of thousands of switches in New Jersey that are waiting to be brought back online where we can ramp up those megawatt numbers. And in New Jersey, we'd be able to bring in higher capacity revenues as well.
Thank you.
A good presentation, thanks. Lloyd Cass, Franklin Energy. I have two questions. One is, how would you characterize the compensation and/or cost recovery the utility receives and how it might be different in the couple of the jurisdictions you described? And in terms of how it compares to your default rate of return or and so forth? The other question is, without getting into the complexities of what's going on at PJM these days, from a state regulatory standpoint, what are the number one or two constraints in one or more of these jurisdictions that prevent you from blowing this out and doing even more?
So I think those are really great questions, but I actually would rather have all of our panelists answer those questions when we get through this. We really did reserve this time for clarifying questions for things that are on, that we want to understand about their programs. I think that's a great question. So I'm going to tell all the panelists to think about that one, and we'll start there.
Thank you. by the way.
You're welcome. Okay.
I have a question for all.
Got to go to the mic.
I'm going to back away from the mic for a change because my question is for actually Tim.
Okay.
It's related to what's been talked about with Atlantic City Electric, but I'll wait till that portion of the program.
Okay, wonderful. I have one clarifying question, and then we're going to move to our last panelist. You talked about locational pieces. And I just want to clarify, because I think there's a difference between the locational pieces you talked about and locational pieces that Rico talked about. It seems like your locational pieces are still event-based versus infrastructure constrained circuit pieces. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it's actually a little column A, little column B, right? This, what you're seeing on the screen here, was very much so event-based. We had a real-time system condition pop up. Our OCC said, hey, this is a tool in our toolbox. Let's log in and dispatch to mitigate any further scenario from arriving on our system. We are, however, looking at high-risk evolution scenarios. We are looking at general overrides. So, for example, if a substation in Ocean City, Maryland, every time it hits 94 degrees, enters into this high-risk evolution, that's baked into our system planning process, and we're working with those engineers to develop essentially a NWS trigger. So if we're looking at 2032, you're going to have this capital investment to prevent that overload. How that gives me my starting gun for my team to go do concentrated marketing efforts, customer education and acquisition to maybe be able to mitigate that overload in the next 6 to 7 years.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
All right. I know folks as we can tell, are thinking about questions for all of our panelists. We've got one more EDC, and then we're going to have a little bit of discussion, and then we'll turn it back over to you guys. But last but certainly not least, we're going to turn it over to Aaron Demre, who is the Manager of Customer Programs and Solutions for JCP&L. Oh, and I'm sorry. I also forgot, when you go through these slides that Josh has so wonderfully promised we will post, there's a whole appendix for things that Andrew talked about. So you can go through those, and I should, it's slow, there we go. There you go. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So first off, I'm really excited to see how many people came out for this, and thanks to the community college for allowing us this lecture hall. It's been a number of years since I've been in grad school. I thought I finally got over the bad dreams of showing up late for a final, but those will be flooding back tonight. So as we said, my name is Aaron Demaray. I'm with First Energy on behalf of JCP&L. We have a number of programs that I think, one, are setting a good foundation for what New Jersey can have as a VPP program, and also some examples from other states that are trying to tackle that exact same question. So to start off with, as part of our energy efficiency and demand response triennial program, we do have the this load optimization and peak demand reduction program. Budget of $9.8 million, we were targeting an average of about 15.2 megawatts. So it is a sizable step. We have a number of different resources that will make this up. I like that this is, to Tim's point before, what is a VPP and what isn't a VPP? I want to say that this is VPP adjacent. And the reason that I'm saying that is we have a mix of a number of different technologies. It's going to be a mix of smart thermostats, of EVs, and also batteries. And having that heterogeneous mix allows you to see how different things may react under different conditions. Our target for this overall is about an average of 18,000 customers over the total, up to about 22,000 by the time we get to the end of it. We're sitting at about 20,000 devices right now. Again, the vast majority of these are going to be smart thermostats and based on what has been more of a traditional DR program in the past. So let's start off there. Again, the smart thermostat aspect of it. We are offering incentives up to $100 for people to enroll in the program. It is a 2 to 4 hour event. What we have found, again, getting the lessons learned, is as you start to have those longer events, the full 4 hours, you start to see people drop off the programs, more opting out of programs. One of the big aspects of not only this smart thermostat program, but DR programs and ultimately VPP in the end, is if we are taking a pure carrot and not a stick approach, it is a little bit difficult. You need to be able to account for those things and have program design that tries to maximize people being engaged and being part of the program, not frustrating them. So we do allow the opt-out, and having the ability to flex on hours is one way that you can try to accommodate as many customers as possible. This is very similar, this aspect of it, to a traditional DR program that's been around for a while, so I won't spend too much time on it. But what we've launched more recently is adding on additional elements of it. It says EVs on here, but it truly is EVs and also batteries. What's interesting about this, again, is we take a look at the totality of the program. We have smart thermostats, which do have the ability to directly call and curtail them. You also have batteries, have that same sort of treatment, which are direct call and curtail where you need them to be. There's also interesting strategies you can have with pre-charging, making sure that they're available at any time. But we also have EVs as part of this program. It is different from a traditional battery in that we are not calling on EVs. These are not bidirectional EVs. Rather, it's a load management approach. So we're trying to optimize these resources all the time. Make sure that they're pushing off into an off-peak period, not charging until that period. And where it comes into play more is as you have these en masse, you're able to take that push and the load management and look at, eventually, longer term, look at how that might be impacting individual circuits and hopefully spread it out over the time so you're not creating secondary peaks for these sort of resources. But we do have a mix of both of them, again, and seeing how all these different resources play out over the balance of this triennial period and what sort of responses we get will be foundational as we move into VPP programs. Moving outside of New Jersey, in Maryland, I want to bring this up because Maryland's a very interesting state. They started their VPP journey. One thing that's been a little bit challenging there is and this is something, in terms of lessons learned as well, policy can have a very big impact as to how your programs can be established. We do have an existing demand response program similar to New Jersey. It is under the umbrella of our energy efficiency programs. So it does have energy efficiency and DR specific goals. What you can see is, again, it is targeting PJM peak load reduction, similar up to 4 hour events. We'll do up to 10 events per year. Incentive structure, a little bit less than what we see in Jersey based on relative energy prices. What I think is interesting is when Maryland has been going down the same path, trying to figure out what should a VPP look like. They took an approach a little bit circuitous in the end. We filed a plan, it was not quite big enough, filed another one, maybe a little bit too aggressive, so we ended up with a Goldilocks plan in the end. Where we're at right now is it is a nice mix of both utility-driven and controlled products as well as market-based resources. It is a marriage of aggregators and what they're bringing to the table as well as what we can directly control. It is called the EDSSS. There's a lot of S's. I always get it wrong, but it is the Electric Distribution Support System plan. As I said, it has a number of different things in it. We are looking at this as an experimental period. And I do think that mirrors a lot of what we're seeing with New Jersey is trying to look at an interim period before we establish long-term goals. What we want to be able to do is, first off, in Maryland, we are a little bit different infrastructure-wise. We don't have AMI like we do in our JCP&L territory. But we want to see how much can we rely on these for distribution relief. What sort of services will they ultimately provide? Our goals for this program are not just PJM peak shaving. We're looking at not just PJM peak, but also the entire Potomac Edison peak, so our distribution system peak. And we're also, what I think is a great aspect of this, and again, where Jersey is going, is the locational aspect of it. We have, again, the two different pathways, the BYOD, which is for EVs and batteries, and then we have the aggregator pathway. So when we originally proposed this, our larger side of the proposal, we wanted smart thermostats to be in there as well. Again, a foundational resource that we think is going to be part of any eventual VPP program. Because of Maryland regulations and where they were, we weren't able to do that as part of this initial pilot, but we still do have the program running in parallel. So I think we will have lessons from that. But one of the challenges we have is, especially when we're looking at locational impacts, we want these things to be sited where they're most useful. However, with BYOD designs, we're meeting the customers where they are, not necessarily where we want them. To try to address that, we have a two-tiered incentive structure. One, we're looking at what we can do to impact overall PJM load as well as our distribution system peak in total. For that, we have a levelized $300 per kW year for the BYODs, and we have a $65 for aggregator resources. I'll talk about that difference in a sec. The other aspect of it is a locational adder. For those customers that bring their devices to us, and then we can look at our population, map them out to those circuits that we feel may be constrained in the future, those will give a $50 per kW incentive to. We want to see if we can incent them to respond at a different rate, and also how we can find those, how many of them will naturally be on those circuits. So I talked a little bit about there is a difference between aggregated resources and what we're directly signing up. One of the aspects of that is what are we trying to incent from a customer behavior perspective. And I know getting into to policy, it's a little bit wonky, but it benefits us all to sweat the details. What we want to make sure is that we are not paying for free riders in these programs. We don't want to incent resources that would already be in the market to just sign up for ours and get an additional payment for that. So we're not basing these payments to aggregated resources for those parties that are already in PJM and are already receiving those capacity payments. Rather, the $65 is tied to what we see as distribution system impacts and avoided potential there. Again, we don't have AMI, so we don't know down to the unique circuits from some of the performance, but we do look at system-wide averages as a proxy for that. Similarly, if these customers are located on a location where we might need that, we have an additional 20% adder on top of that. So this program just got approval at the end of June. We're very excited to be launching it. Again, I think it parallels a lot of what will ultimately be in place as some of the best practices for New Jersey. We just don't have the results quite yet. So I'll be happy to come back next year and give you some results. But right now, we're just excited to see what's going to come of it. That's all I had. I think I wove in a few of the questions about location. I will say our Our approach to location, it could be twofold. It could be if we do want to respond to a specific event, but we are looking as part of our annual electric distribution system process in Potomac Edison to see which circuits may have constraints. We don't have many that are very near it, but we're looking at more of a long-term aspect, might be 5-10 years down the line to target those ones. I will say one of the biggest challenges for a program like this is when we're working with our distribution system planning engineers. They want to be comfortable that when these resources are called on, they will be there and they're going to be as reliable as a traditional wires solution. Part of what these programs are going to be doing over the next couple of years, and I think what we'll see as the VPP interim solution in Jersey as well, as how much can we rely on those. And getting back to the thing I started with, again, is it based just on the carrot, or are there potential sticks that need to be in there to actually be able to rely on these for performance purposes and reliability? So that's all I have for the presentation. Happy to take any questions you may have.
Have any? Oh, look, we have a clarifying question from the table.
Oh.
One question, I'm just very interested.
I didn't know we could do this. Man. This is the problem with going last.
Yeah, exactly. From a locational DR perspective, is there any consideration for incentivizing the function, not necessarily the location of the asset? So for us, the example was that wasn't necessarily a forecasted overload. It was a scenario that popped up as a system condition because of whatever, car could have hit the transformer, whatever. The consideration for us is whether we called upon them in that day for 6 hours or didn't, they got the same monthly incentive. What if we incentivize the function of utilizing it to relieve a localized system condition?
Yeah, so we do have two different aspects of it. One, there is that straight capacity difference of it being have the additional amount to it. We also do have a performance-based aspect of it, so it's not a pure payment. It is prorated based on how often they respond to events. So we are trying not to be overly prescriptive as we go in. I'm going to be working with our implementation contractor and our engineering group over the course of this to see what are the most emergent situations that are coming up. Is it based on a localized issue that may be day, hour specific, so we could call based on that? Or is it more like we were talking about for more localized peak conditions on that circuit itself? So long way of saying, we'll see.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So I don't see anyone else at the mic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
As we start to transition over, I am going to ask Aaron one quick question for you. On the Maryland program, for the aggregator side, where you said that you were focusing on distribution only and you weren't using aggregators that were participating in PJM already. Can the aggregators, if they're participating in PJM, but they're going to do additional distribution calls, can they participate in your program?
Yeah, so just to be clear on that, it's not that if someone is participating in PJM, we won't take them.
Okay.
We do want them, but we want the ability to be able to call them for distribution-specific events. So to put it another way, if somebody is already in PJM, they have an obligation, they are going to be responding when a PJM emergency or peak event is there, we don't want to pay them for that as well. Again, we don't want to incent free ridership in a program like this. Rather, we're paying them for the distribution system impact. So on a day that you have both a distribution peak and a PJM peak, we would not be calling them. We would be asking them to just respond as they were expected to. However, that additional payment is for when we need to call them for distribution purposes. Does that help?
It does, thank you. And I'm going to point to this again because we have lots of questions in the straw, and I think we asked this question in a variety of ways in the straw, but we would love people's thoughts and comments on how do we make sure that people can open up the full compensation mechanisms, but also make sure that they are not getting paid for the exact same event at the exact same time by multiple sources. So how do we balance those pieces? Having those details in your comments is going to be really helpful as we move forward. That's a great example of it. So I know we have one really big question out there, so I'm going to ask a few smaller questions before we circle back to that big question and then open up the mics again. But so there were a lot of great programs here, and we talked about best practices. And I would like to hear from folks as they've started their programs. How are you looking to incorporate best practices? And I also kind of want to hear about things that you've learned that you went, oh wait, no, maybe we shouldn't do that again. And how are you working to incorporate those learnings into your programs? Which of those would you try and incorporate into New Jersey? And as you guys are all talking about it, how you can help each other get those learnings so that we can get the best bang for our buck for New Jersey ratepayers. That's also a big question, I know, but who wants to start?
I can go first.
Great.
So I think as you saw, right, our Orange and Rockland, New York portfolio is a little bit bigger than our RICO portfolio. Right now in New Jersey, you know, we've been really trying to build out our energy efficiency portfolio, while Orange and Rockland did that quite a while ago, and now they're moving towards the VPP area. So we get a lot of learnings from them. And they get a lot of learnings from our grandparent company, Con Edison, or our parent company's parent, who has a very, very large customer base and has a lot of experience in the VPP space, and the demand response space. So I think it's just a matter of it's like trickling down now to New Jersey, and we're really excited learning from our counterparts who may have more experience. You know, RICO is a smaller territory, but we're small but mighty. There's a lot of potential in RICO. You know, customers, we have the EVs there, we have the space to do storage programs and projects. So we are excited to get that trickle-down effect from our parent companies and learn from them.
Thank you. Tim?
Yeah. I'll concur with that, where we really are looking forward to working with folks from ACE and JCP and O&R who have a lot more experience in other states. So one other thing I'll bring up, though, which is an interesting topic that gets overlooked a lot, is how you measure performance for demand response and for VPPs generally. What we've done over the past year, I may not have said, maybe to be specific, so our program is really only a year old, right? Last summer was the first summer we called Advanced. Now we're into our second summer. During the first summer, what we did a lot of analysis on is what value we get for performance depending on the methodology we use in determining the performance, what baseline we use. And we have seen some, meaningful differences depending on how you determine the baseline and then compare the results. And then, even something as simple as for performance, if it's a 3-hour event, do you measure the peak hour? Is that your performance? Do you measure the average over the 3 hours? So on and so forth. So there's a lot we need to do on that in order to make sure we're getting what we think we want to get and defining what that is. So I'm in particular looking forward to that as we move forward. I think that should be a topic as we move forward with stakeholder groups, and also learning about how other utilities do that.
Thank you. Andrew?
Yeah, just to speak to something concrete with that PJM scenario on July 2nd and 3rd for us, it'll touch to Tim's concerns around EM&V, and then also Kathleen's overarching question, where one of our big lessons learned is, those were, I think, something along the lines of 13 hours between the 2 days where customers had their HVAC systems toggled and adjusted. And what we're already trying to do, I alluded to it a little bit, is adjust and pivot our operational strategies so that way no one customer is overburdened, right? And how can we do that while ensuring we still meet our megawatt commitments? Those are things that we're looking at, and at the end of the day, it's rooted in Tim's concerns around EM&V. So one thing that we've done and that we're looking forward to sharing, and again, with our grandparent company, I really like that term, with Exelon, is from Chicago all the way to South Jersey to DC, whereas we're understanding that PJM is kind of like our Bible from an EM&V perspective. So we're trying to lean on that and say, well, how does PJM count when they need it for 7 hours on July 3rd? What are they looking at during that 7-hour window? And when we report that data back to them and say, this is how we performed as a CSP, and they respond and say, yes, you delivered this many megawatts, what is their analysis? What's the baselining that PJM is doing? So we've been able to form some pretty good relationships with folks at PJM and basically go through that with our energy acquisition and load settlement teams, and we're starting to circulate that across all of our Exelon service territories.
Wonderful. Aaron?
All right, so I have a few lessons learned, the first one of which is actually from Melanie, that there is a company out there called Capybara Energy, and we are not partnered with them. I don't know how I'm going to look my kids in the eye on that one. So I'm going to piggyback on some of the policy and EM&V related issues here. What we're doing here is new, and trying to say what is a state framework and how that will interact with a very regulated RTO or PJM perspective on this. The baseline question is important, but I also want to be cognizant that we may need to develop new methodologies to account for this dual nature of things. You may have a customer who is trying to meet obligations they already have in PJM, and they will have certain thresholds and standards that they have to meet to do that. And then can we get them to also participate in distribution system programs? If they are going to be taking down their normal share, which impacts what their PJM obligation may be, or what they can count in PJM, that might be problematic for it. So we might need to be flexible with some of these EM&V approaches, recognizing that historically those approaches weren't designed to do this dual nature of things. From the policy perspective as well, the straw has out there a 3% goal, and I think anytime we're looking at what a program can realistically achieve, we need to make sure that it's coming from a place of bottom-up and understanding that the 3% is reasonable and achievable. What is included in there? Is it those aggregated resources that are already participating in the market? I know the foundation of what we're looking at is trying to leverage our existing programs and use them as the base. I think we have to make sure that we are counting then the entirety of everybody who's in the system right now. So if they are already participating, we want to make sure that we're not, again, paying them to do what they're already doing, but also make sure that we recognize them as a true impact and counting towards things like that 3%. And then ultimately, from a utility who has to run these types of programs, the costs of acquiring these. Our program right now that I spoke to in JCP&L, I think we're targeting on average 15.2 megawatts. It was $9.8 million as opposed to, again, what was in the straw. I think we had a target of around $16 million for 188 megawatts. So that's not just a doubling or tripling of the program, it's a fundamental difference. So it is going to have to be a very different approach than what we have today. And again, how do we access those large amount of megawatts that may be there through the aggregated pathways as well. So we'll take some challenges. I can't wait to hear all of your comments on how we're going to solve those. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I will also point out that we have, in the straw, we ask a lot about metrics and how we should be evaluating these things. But I want to add a very important metric. We talked about performance, we talked about these things, but one of the really important metrics as we think about this, you heard it from the president, was the cost savings. And how are we really capturing all of those cost savings and all of those different value streams as we evaluate these programs? So I know that there's a line forming over at the microphone. We're going to open it up in just a minute. But this one should be just an answer, a sentence or two. There's a lot of different flavors of these programs. We have heard from folks who are at very different stages, but also about how important it is for you to get customer buy-in and to have customer trust. How can the utilities work together to make sure that across the state people understand what a VPP is and there's some level setting as to those expectations? Yeah.
So I think first, we all need to understand what we're defining as a VPP, right? Because I don't think, even within this room, there's unanimity on that. From a customer perspective, I'm not sure we need to explain to them what a VPP is, right? We just need to explain to them what we're asking them, what their value proposition is, and make it easy, simple, straightforward for them to participate. They don't need to hear the term VPP. That'll, take them down a rabbit hole. We just need to be able to understand it and agree on it, and then make sure the customer experience on whatever that is, easy, straightforward, trusted, right?
Aaron.
Yeah, I'll piggyback on what Tim said there. I live in a retail choice state, and I can tell you most people when they get the flyers trying to say you can save 5 cents, 10 cents, they don't know about it, they don't care about it. So when we go very far down, very wonky terms like VPP, it starts to confuse people. When we talk about things like your locational value and what you can bring to avoid distribution improvements, most customers will not relate to that. What they can relate to is simple things. You have this resource, you've invested in it, we want to pay you and have it available for us. Simple messaging. To the thought of how do we collaborate on this, you know, the energy efficiency programs, I think, are a very good example of this. The utilities, both gas and electric, are working hand in hand in trying to deliver common programs. And, you know, we're going to be in this transitional period going through an interim where we're trying to experiment, recognizing we are all coming from different starting places, but I think over the course of that, we will be saying what are the most successful approaches. Again, in that collaboration through the utilities, seeing what works on one program and where something might have fallen flat will be important as we go forward.
Yeah, I'll just piggyback both of those thoughts, you know, consistent messaging throughout. Now we know we're not going to be explaining VPPs to our customers, so, you know, one company shouldn't be doing that if the other isn't, so consistent messaging. And, you know, right now, the name of the game is affordability, so that's what customers care about. They don't necessarily care about their carbon footprint right now in this moment, but they care if we can subsidize their high bills and, you know, across the board for them. So I think really honing in on that aspect of these programs.
Nothing too much more to expound on. I think, you know, it's reaching the customers where they can be reached. You know, one of the things that we're doing is running focus groups around our different portfolio of options that we have and just saying, look, this is what we have. We want to ensure that optionality for the customer so that they feel that they have the autonomy to enroll where it best meets their needs, right? Somebody can enroll into a program and then 10, 15 years later be enrolled in the exact same program and be in a completely different phase of life that they were 15 years ago when they originally enrolled. So it's ensuring that we're constantly engaging and educating our customers and making a very transparent menu of options for them to easily and readily digest.
Wonderful. So now we're going to start with the big question that we got at our first microphone, which was sort of what are those obstacles that are out there, and talking about the different compensation streams and how those differ from folks in different territories, PJM versus recovery pieces. If I missed anything, because I'm trying to summarize it from a few minutes ago, yep. I'm going to ask everybody to give an answer, and then we're going to turn it over to the mics for a couple of questions, and then we'll have a break. Who wants to go first? Aaron, all right.
I can at least start off. One thing I definitely just want to applaud BPU and Jersey on is you're looking at this in a comprehensive manner. I mentioned some of the challenges we had while trying to approach this in Maryland. And, you know, it was based on existing regulation that's out there where DR programs had their own bucket, and this VPP approach that we're taking, they couldn't be melded together for the time being. You know, the long-term goal is I think they are looking at how things can be put under one umbrella, but I very much appreciate that Jersey is looking at that. And when we talk about barriers to making these programs larger, the regulatory aspect of it is a huge aspect because it's giving us the rule book as to how we can develop these. I also think the aspect of bringing in a mix of utility-driven programs with the market-driven aggregators, another thing that's very well contemplated in Jersey, is another way that this will be able to scale up much larger than the programs we've had in the past. The harder questions about some of the value streams and the compensation coming from different areas, the cost effectiveness tests lots of times what is included in those is going to be very important as we try to say how these programs will ultimately save customers money. Again, making sure that we're not paying for people or valuing things in cost effectiveness tests where they are already participating is going to be difficult, and we're going to need to balance that. So it's something that's important to get right. And then, you know, finally, from a recovery perspective, as a utility, we want to be able to invest in these programs, and it does cost money in the short run to be able to do that. So having you know, clear recovery options for us that are timely will help make the program larger faster.
Yeah, and I think the only thing that I'd add to that is really just in ensuring that customer transparency is top of mind at the end of the day. It's recovering things cost through a reg asset treatment that's given as a rider, so that there's that full transparency through the true-up process. And then speaking to some of the different value streams, I think that that's one of the things, I alluded to it during my presentation, but that's really exciting about the approach that we're taking with the BPU in New Jersey, is that they're encouraging the sandboxing of things. And again, that's sandboxing things from incentive structures, through operational strategies, through differing technologies as well.
Other thoughts? We can turn it, or, go ahead, Mike. Go ahead, Tim.
I'll just reiterate what Aaron said regarding, cost effectiveness testing, even to the point, in the straw kind of leverages the ideas from energy efficiency, which is a great way to start. But I do think there needs to be some more considered thought about, to the other points, how to evaluate the cost benefit of DERs in a VPP. It is a little bit different than it is for energy efficiency. So just trying to take that structure and put it in a DER, I think we're missing something. So I think more thought needs to go into that. And I'll reiterate what on the cost recovery side too, in terms of, providing the utilities with the opportunity to aggressively pursue this and what, how we can be incentivized to do that is very important. It doesn't appear that we just want a market that just is come if you are, as you are. If you come, great. If you don't come, that's great too. It does sound like we do want long-term objectives to be hit, and for that, I think the utilities need to be a partner with the regulators on that, and have a structure set up so that we're all rewarded for success.
Melanie, anything? Or we can turn it over to the mics.
Yeah, I will double stamp everything that these three gentlemen just said.
Okay. So there we go. Open up the floor.
Hi, thank you.
We have time for just a couple questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Allison Clemens, 804 Advisory. I'm here advising Base Power. One question that the excellent presentation got into a little bit, but that I hadn't heard a lot about, is the impact on load forecasting of these programs, whether or not they currently impact utility load forecasts, how quickly they show up in the forecast, and then is there any need to fix anything related to the PJM capacity procurement for that forecast? Thanks.
To speak to the beginning of your question, so I did try to allude to it in the presentation, but we are baking in basically our non-wires alternative planning process with our distribution engineering teams and our capacity planning teams, where if they look at their load forecast, say you're going to have an overload on this feeder 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in South Jersey, that by 2032, that again gives me and my team the starting gun to say, let's go and let's, through our EM&V practices that we're currently doing today, can we deliver on that to defer that? Or if not, what's that, I guess, outlier that we have to go then market to and acquire more devices and megawatts there. So that's one process that we're incurring. Again, at the end of the day, I think it might have been Tim or even Aaron that I think both of them alluded to it, where our system planning engineers need confidence. So at the end of the day, we're taking a haircut on any of the megawatts that any of our devices or technologies or customer pathways can deliver to the system, because that's just ensuring that confidence for system protection, system planning at the distribution or the transmission level. I think the biggest thing for us is realizing through those locational pilots that there are ways that we can kind of chip away at that, prove the operational efficacy and value of these programs, but we're still a little bit of ways from truly overhauling our system planning process. But it's the crawl, walk, run strategies that we're taking today to build that.
I'll just add, it's really a key distinction, because PJM at the end of the day, they're not asking for a targeted amount of DR in any auction. They're at a very high level, right? They want resources, they don't care what. Compared to our distribution planners, they do want that long-term view of consistency of performance of a specific type of resource with the VPP. So, just having PJM market participation in of itself doesn't guarantee, certainly to our distribution planners, that they can depend on something for more than that year that that resource has been cleared in PJM.
Other thoughts? Ditto is also welcome, and we can move on to the next question.
I'll give a ditto, but then on top of that, your question is really important because, these are a mix of resources that are already in our results. Some of these ones, especially with something that we don't have guaranteed persistence with, like you might have with an energy efficiency program, we need to make sure that these are going to be there, that the level that we have seen in the past will be there in the future. So a lot of this is also coming into what can be added on in the future, and then how reliable will that be. So I don't have a good answer for it. It's an important question, but I will say I think that's the value of what we're doing over the interim period, trying to understand how these things will react and how they can be incorporated into those future processes as these grow larger and larger. If we can understand them while they're a smaller part of the overall mix, hopefully we'll have a better ability to forecast them when they're larger and larger.
Great. I'm taking that as a ditto. No.
Ditto.
So I don't want to eat too much into the break, and so I'm going to ask this last question to be very quick rounds because we do have to be back at 11, but I want to give everybody a chance to stretch, and there's going to be lots of time for conversation. So there you go.
All right. Hi, Andy Wall, MCA. One of the stated goals of the VPP programs is to increase hosting capacity, specifically now I'm thinking about solar, and there's a lot of talk about load reduction, but I think that actually implies load increase at times. Thinking about Australia's program right now where you get 3 hours of free electricity in the middle of the day. Are you guys thinking about these types of ideas specifically? Can they be, locational as well?
So I'm going to jump in here, and folks, if you want to give a quick answer, you are welcome to. But I am going to say, too, that we asked them to very specifically talk about the pieces of their programs that would be moving over to that interim program, which is less about what you just asked about. Solar plus storage is a huge piece of the puzzle. But it wasn't because they may not be doing anything, but it is because that's what we asked them to do. So if folks have a quick answer that they want to give, they are welcome to, but I just wanted to give that caveat.
Only thing I'll add there is, what you're talking about brings a lot of questions on voltage support and what services will truly be delivered by these different types of resources. Again, that's the beauty of this planning period where we're trying to say what are the best distribution support system services that we're getting from different resources when we plan for the longer term. So, I think, again, that's something that having the flexibility for each of us to explore and see how it values our particular systems will be important. But that's all. Thank you.
And I'll just add, we have our ISBM program in New York. We're in the middle of the rev demo for that. So we're getting a lot of learnings there, and bringing something like, combining solar and battery storage in New Jersey is something we'd definitely be interested in looking into.
Ditto.
Ditto? Ditto. Great. A quick round of applause for our panel. I think there's a lot of great information there. We have an exciting panel coming to us from all across the country in just a few minutes. So we ask everybody to take a stretch, take a break, go grab some water if you need it, and then be back here at 11. Thank you all.
Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. Much like VPPs, we're going to have to be flexible this morning. I worked on that the last 5 minutes. That's the best I could do. So unfortunately, we had some technical difficulties with our previous panel, but we're going to shift the third panel up to this morning, and we'll do a kind of a truncated version of that presentation this afternoon, right before we get into stakeholder discussions and facilitated discussions on the straw proposal and the future of VPPs here in New Jersey. So really appreciate you all bearing with me. I'm sure socializing was in the foyer was a real pain for everyone. So with that, I do want to bring back up Kathleen, who's going to provide a presentation that really goes over the details of the straw proposal, and then we'll end that session with an opportunity for stakeholders to ask clarifying questions, an emphasis on clarifying questions, because we will spend the entire afternoon seeking your feedback and additional substantive questions related to the straw proposal. So with that, happy to turn it back to Kathleen.
Thank you, thank you. So this will just test my favorite phrase, which is improvise, adapt, overcome. And Josh is right, VPPs are all about flexibility and how we can better use our resources. So I hope folks will bear with us. You get a whole morning of me, I'm really sorry. But I know everybody here is really excited to talk about the straw proposal. I'm going to spend the next couple of minutes talking about the straw proposal and really about what it is that we were trying to drive at. And I think that part is really important. There's a lot of technical pieces, and if you ask a technical question, I am going to phone a friend, and I have lots of friends here in the audience, because we had a really great team of folks that helped us and really were part of this team to pull the straw together. And I think when you look at the straw, it is clear that this is not just one work stream. This is not just one team of folks putting this together. It is so many of the work streams that the board is already doing. And how do we leverage those things together? And how do we make this be as impactful as possible to the ratepayers of the state? And so in order to do that, we needed folks from everywhere. And so as we go through this, I'm happy to answer questions when we get to the end. But again, on the technical requirements, I am going to look to some of my colleagues who were so integral in putting this together. So when we talk about VPPs, everybody keeps saying, what is a VPP? Well, the first thing we did when we looked at how we were going to structure this is, rather than just look at what is a VPP, we looked at first, what are we doing? What are we already doing that we can leverage for success? But second, and I think that this is really important for how we got to where we are today, is we didn't look at what the next step was. We looked at what we wanted the end result to be. And that end result is that long-term piece. And that is a compensation tariff that supports a robust open market, that we are paying people for the services that they are providing to the grid. And if we pay people and we set that tariff correctly, then we only need one at the end of the day. Now, is that tomorrow? No. Is that a year from now? Probably not. But that is how we got to the rest of the straw, is not just about how do we impact ratepayers today, but what do we want that market to look like, and then let's build backwards. And so the next step was about what are our existing assets that we can use so that we can get to those things. And we took a few things. First and foremost, we talked about, and you heard just a few moments ago, about our demand response programs, about the VPP pilots. So how do we use those as a backbone to achieve short-term success? Then we looked at the EOs, because obviously those are going to be driving where we're going to go in the short and the long term. And EO2 tells us that we should be looking at peak reductions, but it also very importantly talks about the fact that we need to make the energy more affordable to all of our ratepayers. So how do we leverage all of those things together? So those are our goals. Our goals are not just to have that short-term peak demand savings, but long-term savings for every ratepayer in the state, built upon getting us to that long-term goal. So when we ask again about what is a VPP, the very first thing everybody tells me is, well, what do we mean? And what does it mean when we talk about existing assets? Because really, the short-term program is based on the idea that we have very literally hundreds of thousands of existing assets that ratepayers have paid for through EE programs, through EV programs that have been going on for several years. How do we leverage those assets and leverage the investment that ratepayers have made to drive ratepayer savings? And so when we think about what those are chargers, thermostats, water heaters, battery storage. And when we talk about battery storage and we talk about existing assets, we're talking about battery storage that's not receiving compensation for curtailment or ejection already. If you got an incentive that helped you build that, you're probably not going to participate in the VPP. But we have tens of thousands of batteries that people built because they thought it was a good idea. For their business, for their home, for resiliency, that could be turned on to become an asset in the VPP program. And so how do we do that quickly? We do not, in the straw, contemplate many places where there's hardware storage. Those things will continue to happen in other work streams. And those work streams will continue to be orchestrated together, but you're going to get a thermostat through your EE program, and then you're going to turn it on in your VPP program. You're going to get a charger or make-ready in your EV program, but you're going to turn on that value in the VPP program. And they are going to work in parallel, but you are not going to get doubly compensated for them. And so that requires a lot of work and a lot of integration, and that is why we had such a robust team working on this. So, what do we mean? Minimum filing requirements. So, the interim program talks about the minimum filing requirements for how we are going to set up this program. First and foremost, it will run for, now I call it 2-ish years, because we want to make sure we get the 5 CPs. So June 1st of 2027 through September 30th of 2029. July 1st of 2027 will be for any triennium demand response or VPP pilots. So if you've already stood up a program in triennium, you have the, as an EDC, you have the authority to do that until July 1st, June 30th of 2027. On July 1st, it moves into a VPP program. They need to be technology neutral. We want to make sure that we're letting all of those devices into that interim program. And it's 10 kilowatts per event per aggregation and per aggregator. So that's your minimum. You can bring way more. We'd love it if you bring way more, but we understand that the PJM 100 kilowatts might be too much as we're starting this up, so we have a lower threshold. And I am going to remind folks periodically through this program that this is a straw. We really do want all of your comments on August 17th, by August 17th, 2026, and we want them to be technical. We want you to say, you know what, I think 10 is too little. What should it be instead? 10 is too much. What should it be instead? We want that feedback so that we can design the program so it is as successful as possible. When we created the programs, we used the demand response programs as the backbone. And so those started with the 5 CPs. We have broadened that to up to 35 dispatch events a year. You heard there are some that have 80. As we grow, as we get to that long-term vision, we hope that there's 80, 100. We hope there's lots of those events where we are utilizing those services as often and as effectively as possible. This is our starting point. And there is a peak demand reduction goal of 3% for the life of the program, which is 2-ish years. Those program descriptions, when you do those filings, there will be descriptions for eligibility and enrollment, dispatch protocols, timelines, explaining how the programs meet the objectives of the straw and those implementation timelines, enabling infrastructure details, communication protocols, estimates on the number of devices. We want all of the details And we're going to want updated details in the reports as the EDCs move this along, because these are interim programs, but they are designed to build us towards the long term. And so we need regular data and regular communications. Planning and operation integration. This is really important, and we had this conversation a few times in the last panel. We need to make sure that the resources and that peak shaving is factored into your planning and operations. We need to make sure that it is getting reported in PJM forecasts. We need to make sure that this is an integral part to how the EDCs are reflecting their capacity needs. That is what's going to drive some of this savings. And so that is going to become much more important as we move forward. Performance measurement and EMV plans. We talked a little bit about this at the last panel too. We want the normal metrics. We talk about those metrics in the straw, but we're also looking for something more. We're looking at how we really do a better job of leveraging and explaining all of the savings that we are bringing to ratepayers. How are we having savings? Are they happening at auction? Are they happening in transmission? Are they happening in distribution? Where are all of those savings going? And how can we make sure that we are appropriately not only measuring them and reporting them, but consistently doing that across all of the EDCs? Targets, peak demand targets. In the straw, we aim at 3. We want feedback on that as well. We also want to talk about what your cost saving targets are. How much do you think you are actually going to be able to save ratepayers as we start this program? How much should non-wires investments and VPPs be able to save in this piece of the program and in the long run if we are successful? We want to talk about those things. We want to be able to measure the programs against those targets. The solicitation plans for aggregators. The interim program is designed to be EDC administered, but we know that the EDCs do not necessarily have the DERMs that they need to do this on their own. And then they shouldn't necessarily have to build them even in the long-term plans. That we know that there are aggregators who should be in this market, and we want them to be in this market, and we want the EDCs to partner with them. We want to make sure that there's customer choice as we do this, so that it's not just one aggregator partnering with all 4 utilities, but that we have multiple aggregators playing in this space while we get to that long-term program. What is that, and what do those contracts look like? We want to make sure that as we are doing this, we are evaluating how the benefits are getting to the ratepayers. What do those contracts look like? Are there pay-for-performance pieces in those contracts? We are going to want to know those pieces. Obviously, I know I get this question a couple of times. We're not going to know what those contracts look like until your programs are approved. So you're going to come back to us. We're going to have those pieces in those minimum filing requirements, and then you're going to come back to us and you're going to tell us about them. The transition strategy. How do we move from the demand response programs to the interim program? How do we move from the interim program to long-term tariffs? How do you plan to move? And again, things are going to change. This is a quickly evolving market, and so these things are going to change, and we're going to have to be nimble. We are going to have to improvise, adapt, and overcome, and we're going to want you to communicate that with us. And so we want to plan on the front end and then updates. And reporting. All of those things are going to be part of those reports, quarterly, annual, postseason, and event level. We want to hear about how things are going and see what adjustments we're making when we learn. Budgets and program administration. These budget figures were arrived at by looking at the current Triennium 2 DR and VPP budgets, as well as looking at some other state budgets for 2-ish years. I'm going to make that an official term. They are designed to include admin, incentives, and EMMV. It seeks to prioritize customer choice and performance-based contracting so that we can better understand the cost versus customer savings and revenue. It is a straw. We want to hear your comments. But we also want to make sure that we are right-sizing these budgets to get the savings that we want without having additional costs to the ratepayers wherever possible. Timeline. I promise you, we put these down as real times. That is our intention when we set it. We are excited about these programs. I have 200 people here, plus however many are streaming it, who are excited to get these programs up and ready. And that means that we are being aggressive about it. And so we meant it when we said that we anticipate that in October, there are going to be minimum filing requirements that the board is going to have in front of them. And when those minimum filing requirements come out, they're going to tell the EDCs that they should be filing their programs by December 31st. You guys all have backbones of programs. You just talked to us about them. So we anticipate that as you read this straw, you're going to be thinking about what those filings are going to look like. And those programs should begin on June 1st, 2027 for anything that isn't in the triennium, and then July 1st, 2027 for anything that is. And as we think about the transition and we think about that time gap, we should be thinking about customers who enroll once those VPP programs have been approved, how they enroll and if we can put them into the June 1st date instead of the July 1st date. We should be thinking about those things, and we want comments on those things. And then we move to the long term. So, when we talk about the long term, it starts first and foremost with our GridFlex work group in our GridMod team. They have already been working on these pieces, and so we have a team that is already working to set up that open market that has performance-based compensation, and we want to look at how we create that tariff so that everyone has the appropriate DERMS architecture to support that system. That means having the appropriate levels of grid DERMS and edge DERMS, where those need to be built and who needs to build them, and allows for revenue stacking. So we talked a little bit about this at our panel just a few minutes ago. One of the things that we are trying to balance, and we really want comments on how do we balance this correctly. In having an open market, you want to open up as many revenue streams as possible to make these grid services pencil out for developers without burdening ratepayers with additional costs. So we want to open up as many streams as possible, but we also want to make sure that you are not getting double payment for the same event, for the same grid service that you are providing. There are going to be folks out there that have big enough batteries that they can provide multiple services. How do we make sure that you can do that and not have it be double payment, and also open up that so that we don't have to have more ratepayer subsidies? That's part of the balance that we are trying for. And so we want your comments on how we do that. Much of the straw relies on PJM technical requirements with the idea that folks are going to want to play in both markets. They're going to want to be able to get those revenue stacks. So we want to hear comments about if that's feasible, what needs to happen to make that feasible, what those barriers are. That is going to be really important as we get there. EDC ownership and administration. Everyone asks us about this. I'm not surprised. We do think about what that right role is. And we think that there may be specific use cases where that may become the right place to go. There are open questions about the impact that IDECA has on some of those use cases. And we do talk in the straw about how one of the clearest possible cases could be unconstrained circuits. Luckily, we already have a team at work creating a way for the EDCs to identify that. That's our PSUP plan, our proactive system upgrade plan. Did I get it right? I did, good. I say that because I was going to look at these notes before lunch, and I just need to make sure. And that the straw really does, as we talk about these things, prioritize customer and aggregator ownership over EDC ownership, because we want to make sure that we are saving the ratepayers money. But where there are places where we think that EDC ownership or administration will save money, those are the things that we are going to want to look at and talk about, and those are the things we want comments on. GridMod. So you're going to hear a lot about GridMod as we go through these processes. It is foundational to all the work that we've been doing. The good news is that foundational work started 5 years ago. So while some folks have asked as they go, VPP, New Jersey's new to VPPs. I keep going, no, we're not. We're actually not. We've been doing this work. We have a great team that has been doing this work. And so we are ready to go, and we need to talk about how we are going to do that. So there's the PSUP, there's the DER registry that they are working on, there's flexible interconnection and grid flexibility services. Much of this work is going to inform how the long-term VPPs work. And there's going to be lots of opportunity for stakeholder input as we move forward. What do we mean when we say PSUP? A 3 and a 10-year plan to identify those non-traditional solutions to expand integration capacity, reduce the cost to serve, enable DER participation, and increase flexibility. We want to make sure that utilities are planning for these resources. We want to make sure that we are looking to prioritize non-wire solutions and lower cost solutions to providing those services to customers. And the PSUP is going to inform all of those pieces. It is going to help us in identifying where there might be localized constraints, where we might need to find those use cases. All of those pieces are going to happen through that process that is already well on its way. And when I say well on its way, we've already been doing the work, and we're going to keep doing the work. And so, if you do not know all 200 people in this room, I guarantee you, by the end of 2027, you will know all of us very, very well. Because just here, at the end of 2026, we've got our stakeholdering, our engagement on the PSUP straw. We're going to have the CVAR work group launch. We are going to continue to move these things forward and have a PSUP order. So again, this is utilities. We mean these timelines. And there's a lot of work to be done at the end of the year. And we are trying in our straw to make sure that you know the things that are coming up so that folks can understand and they can prepare for them. We are aware that this is aggressive. The costs to our ratepayers mean that we have to be aggressive to start lowering those bills. Storage. Nobody came here wanting to know about storage, right? No, okay, good. Good, we can just pass through. Everyone should go right to the bottom line, which is that there's a new straw expected in May and August. We are having these conversations. We know 2 tranches of GSIP 1, phase 1 already went out, transmission level. The distributed storage pieces, we are looking at those. There's been a lot of work done. We are looking to make sure as we built up the VPP and the interim program and we built the storage programs alongside them, we are really trying hard to make sure that they complement and don't compete with each other. We should not have 2 nearly identical programs stood up at the same time. They should work together. And in order to do that coordination correctly, we need to take a little bit more time. And so there will be a straw in August that will detail exactly how those are going to work together. And we are going to talk about how those phases will roll out. There's going to be lots of conversation as we move this forward. Energy efficiency. Energy efficiency programs were the backbone, I keep saying it, and I'll do it again. They're the backbone of our VPP interim programs. They are where we start those demand response programs. They are where we're going to get all of those assets. There are, the heading got changed. It did, they got switched, it's okay. So this is the EE programs. And then we'll go backwards in a second. The Trinidadian, so there are hundreds of thousands, and I mean hundreds of thousands, over 300,000, probably close to 500,000 smart thermostats, water heaters, smart devices that have been paid for by EE that are going to be able to be leveraged. We've seen the power of those in some of the programs that we just talked about a few minutes ago. Future EE programs for program year 7, in the order, they are going to migrate to the VPP interim program on July 1st, so that all of those programs will be housed in one space. Tri-3 will not have those demand response programs, but we are looking to make sure that they continue to evaluate what hardware still needs to be incentivized. And at some point, and the straw talks about this, they may be paired together in that you can get an incentive over here, but you're going to have to participate in the VPP over here, because compensation is different from hardware. Compensation is different from building up those systems. Clean transportation. The utilities make-ready incentives started by having networked chargers. And they started to have networked chargers because we wanted to move to a managed charging program in the future, and we knew that from the very get-go. And so we have over 40,000 level 2 chargers already installed in the state through EDC and BPU funding that we should be able to turn on quickly. And when we talk about these pieces, I think about them as the low-hanging fruit because you know who those customers are. Utilities, you know exactly who you gave those things to. If we turn on VPPs, you should be able to turn around and say, hey, remember when I gave you that smart thermostat? Hey, remember when I gave you that charger? Now you can make money off of it and help lower everybody else's bills. We are looking to leverage those assets. We have done the work and now we just need to turn them on. Solar. Someone asked this question before. Solar plus storage is an untapped resource here in New Jersey. And so we know that we need to look at how we are going to do that and how we are going to relate the compensation for solar to the value of the grid, especially on the storage side. And we know that we are going to need to enhance the economic viability of installing that storage, and that is going to be part of the net metering reform that needs to happen. And so those things are going to continue to happen, and we are going to continue to work with the solar team and the VPP team to make sure that they happen together. Beyond the programs, we have additional support structures. Cost recovery. Cost recovery is a big question today, right? When we think about how we're doing cost recovery, we've had a lot of conversations about the utility business model. Those conversations are going to continue. But the straw asks us to think about how we are letting the utilities recover these costs. It asks what is the most appropriate way to do that? How can we make sure that we are getting the biggest bang for our buck in savings? How are we defining expenses versus capital? Reviewing what costs should be amortized over time, and what other recovery mechanisms are there that we haven't thought about. I keep going back to, and my team will probably laugh because I go, what did we forget? Every time, what did we forget? We want to know, is there a better idea that we hadn't put in the straw that somebody thinks we should think about? What is that? How do we save ratepayers the most money and get the most effective program we can? Technical requirements. There's a lot of them. And many of you may have very specific questions, and we welcome those questions. But we also really welcome written comments to tell us where you think we got the technical requirements right or wrong. Is there a requirement we missed? We don't want vague. We want specifics. We want this program to work. We want it to be plug and play. So if it's information sharing, if it's cost, if it's performance, data protection, registry, cybersecurity, DERM standards, we want to hear it. In the straw, we use PJM as a base because we anticipate that people are going to want the most robust opportunities to get compensated. If someone thinks that that is not the right place to go, we want to hear it. If you think it is the right place to hear it, please tell us that. If you think there are tweaks that we need to make, we want to hear what those technical pieces are so that we can hit the ground running. The straw also contemplates the board having a role in licensing aggregators so that we create a process that has a code of conduct, that has reporting, that has enforcement, so that we can tell who the good players are, that we can tell the ratepayers, these are the folks that are going to make sure that they give you what they tell you they are, that these are the folks that we know we're getting the reports, we can see that the money that they're getting from the tariff is being passed on to the customers in a responsible way, that we can also then set the tariffs in the right way to make sure that we are providing what you need for the grid services. We want comments on all of this. All of this is new. We understand so much of this is being built as we fly, and so we want comments. If there are places that have done it right, we want to know. If there are places that you think have not quite hit the mark, we want to know that too. Marketing. We talked about how do we educate customers, and customers don't need to know what a VPP is. Well, they kind of do, because it was so important that the governor said it in her inauguration speech. It was that important. So people do need to understand what it is that the state is doing. Do they necessarily need to know that they have a power plant in their backyard? I don't know that that will make them feel better. But they do need to know that the state and the utilities are working together to drive costs down. And so the very first job that the BPU will have is educating all of the ratepayers about the opportunities. What are these things called? Why are we doing this? How is this going to help you? So while the utilities have their pencils out and are creating their filings, the BPU is going to do some of that work so that we are laying the groundwork. So by the time they have filings, the time they have programs approved, it will not be the first time a customer has heard about it. We need to think about if that means that that we have one branded solution so that when somebody goes from their house in Mercer County to their shore house, they call up the utility and they say, I need this thing. I know exactly what it is. I need this thing. How am I going to get it over here? We want to have those conversations. We want to hear your thoughts. Once we get through that piece, the utilities' first role in the interim program is going to be to recruit customers. They have ready customers, like we said, in that low-hanging fruit of those EE programs, those EV programs. How do we get those leveraged quickly? In the long-term program, the EDC's job in marketing is going to be about verifying who is actually working in their systems. It needs to be easy, it needs to be transparent, it needs to be so that when somebody gets a knock on their door and says, somebody promised me $1,000 a year, is that real? They can pick up the phone, call their EDC, and the EDC can say, yes, that company's real, yes, they are licensed with us, yes, that is a place you can go. You can go on the website, you can know who it is, who's already able to aggregate. In the long term, aggregators, OEMs, vendors are going to be marketing directly to customers. So in the long term, the utilities may not have any of that, I need to recruit customers. It will be the aggregators. The utilities are still going to need to verify those pieces. The utilities are still going to need to make sure that customers have that faith. Utilities are still going to be calling those events. So utilities have a role, but it will be different. It will evolve. And hopefully, the BPU, when we do our education, after it takes off, then we will move on to the next piece of technology that helps save ratepayers money. I said you're going to see us a lot. I meant it. You should see this chart if I go month by month. It's very scary. But we mean this. We are being aggressive and we are being specific about how we do these pieces. We are thinking about the orchestration of how we make sure all of the work streams that BPU has already been working on can come together quickly and effectively to save ratepayers money and get to the governor's goals. That means that there is going to be a net metering report and program year 7 filings for EE and a Tri-3 order and a PSUP order and an interim VPP order. And then we're going to have a net metering straw and a grid flex tariff straw. And then we're going to have PSUP filings due and an order for the tariff. And then we're going to have reviews of those interim programs. We're going to start looking at them quickly because we give you 2-ish years till we move to that long-term tariff, and we want to make sure we're getting it right. And so in order to do that, we need to have more conversations like this. We need to continue to have these conversations. We need to be talking about all of the things. And it won't all be VPP. It's not going to be VPP subheading storage. It is going to be, we're talking about storage today, or we're talking about clean transportation or energy efficiency or the PSUP or the new business model or net metering reform. They are all coming together. We are all talking to each other. And so in the straw, you will have seen a 24-month proposed schedule. They are an idea so that folks understand sort of how we're sequencing things. Things are going to change. Some things are going to get moved back. Some things are going to get moved up. These are all in the straw. We know we need to have these conversations. I like to call them topic, not docket, because it's not just going to be, hey, we put out a straw, what do you think? It's going to be, hey, we are developing these pieces, what should we be thinking about? Hey, we need to have a conversation about that. What should that think about? Some of them are going to be big. Some of them are going to be roundtables. The EDCs, well, I'll tell you, before we put out the VPP straw, we had conversations. We had conversations with our sister agency, EDA, with some of the storage folks. We're going to continue to work across state government, across BPU work streams to make sure that we are coordinating and we are listening and we are thinking about what's next. Not just about how do we solve today's problem, but how do we build a system that solves today's problem and solves the future problems as well? That's what we are trying for. And so when we think about these things, we want to think about what's missing. So if you are thinking about your comments and you go, I didn't see this anywhere, we want to hear that. We want to say, here's a conversation we need to have. What is it that we need to do? I was super crystal clear. Everybody understands all 93 pages, right? Right? Great. We've got time for questions. I have some of my colleagues here who can answer very specific questions, and so I may call on phone a friends, but you know where the microphone is, and I see people are already up there, so.
Hi, thank you so much for that. That was, it helped to put a lot more context onto the proposal. Appreciate it. My name is Katie Reaver with IGS Solar. I have two questions. My first one is with regards to the Phase 2 storage program, the straw coming out in August. Do you anticipate those distribution-tied assets to participate in the interim VPP program or not? And then do you anticipate for them to participate in the long-term VPP program? That's my first question.
So, and my colleague Catherine is here, and so if I miss anything, she should feel free to shout, wave, and jump up and answer. So the straw is still being developed, but I think that when we go back to one of the very first slides, was that we are looking if there is a compensation mechanism that is being created to help develop storage, and it has paid for performance pieces to it, that is probably going to complement the VPP, but not necessarily participate in it. In the long term, we anticipate that the tariff itself should help to create the compensation needed to make those projects pencil out. And once we have those structures in place, we can review what doesn't meet that mark and how we need to address those pieces.
And so for the interim, before that long-term program is set up, are you planning on sending long-term investment signals to the systems that install?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, we're not going to leave you hanging very much longer, mid-August.
And then my second question is around the net metering conversation, and just wanted to point out, like, the Q1 for the proposal and then Q2 for an order, that's a really fast turnaround. And there's a lot of moving pieces here, and to the extent that I'm just, you know, I go back to California when they did, you know, their net metering 3.0, and the industry, when there was a very drastic change and there was a lot of like disruption and job loss, and I'm really nervous about that and how that's all going to fit into all of this.
I think that those are all pieces that we are thinking about. I think that our timelines are aggressive. We admitted that on the front end. I think that we dropped a straw in July and plan on having folks file in December for the interim programs. That is also very fast. We know that, and we are going to continue to have those conversations so we can figure out how to do it responsibly. I don't know if any of my colleagues would like to say anything else, but great.
Hi, David Wan, New Jersey Rate Council. I can appreciate the aggressive schedule. What I didn't see on this schedule is when you guys anticipate results. So when can ratepayers expect lower bills? How lower will the bills be? And what's the basis for that expectation?
So I think those are all really great questions. I think you could see some of those savings in some of the programs that the utilities highlighted, and we anticipate that those savings will continue. I think that for participants of the programs, those savings happen very quickly because they're participating and they're getting compensated for them. I think that the long-term pieces of this are they are long-term. And it is about shifting how we prioritize build out non-wire solutions. And so this isn't just about the quick fix, which comes in the short-term program with the compensation pieces and some additional savings, because we are designing all of our programs to have those savings, but also in reshaping how those bills are fundamentally done so that everyone sees that savings over the long term. As opposed, and to the how you measure it, that is a question, and I encourage Rate Council to put in detailed comments on this particular piece, because we ask about how should we be measuring those things, because those savings are not necessarily quantified in the RIM test or any of the other tests that we have right now. So how should we be doing that? Those are questions that are in the straw.
Okay, thank you. Wouldn't you expect retail rates to go down, for instance, supply rates to go down if the program was working? So wouldn't you expect BGS results, BGS auction results to go down based off of this program?
I mean, in a vacuum, yes. There's many, many factors to that, and so I cannot promise that, but yes, we absolutely, yes.
So you would have to decide how you're going to measure success, how you're going to see those results, understanding that there's more than one ingredient into those prices.
Yes, and that is exactly what we asked for comment on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Lyle Rawlings, MCA. I have a question, and I'm going to give some background for the question. The question is it the plan to tie the phase 2 of the Garden State Energy Storage Program for stationary storage to the VPP program? Because they're very, very different. The VPP program, a lot of very new things and a lot of complication to handle. Stationary storage has been around. It's been operating and contributing to PJM capacity, et cetera, for a long time successfully. And according to the Clean Energy Act of 2018, the BPU was supposed to have a storage program open by April of 2020. So we're now 6 years and 3 months late. It's been incredibly destructive to the storage developer community to wait on projects for this long. Now, let's say that there was a proposal on the table for an incredibly simple structure, fully worked out, ready to go, which I know there is because we put it on the table, that doesn't need to incorporate all of these complications. Stationary storage also has complications that will evolve, that will be worked at over time, but we can get started now. So can we decouple VPP from stationary storage and get that program with, we're begging you, a simple structure to get started in 2026?
So I will start, and then feel free to jump in. That we too want to make sure that we are having a simple, easy structure. We are looking at how to make sure that those programs don't create confusion in the market and conflict, and that is why a straw that has those pieces in mind will be coming out in August. Anything else?
Thank you.
Okay.
You can take this one.
Thanks. Hi. I would just add that our goal here, I understand it has been sort of quite some time in waiting for the launch of the storage, of phase 2 of the storage program. What we are trying to do is, as Kathleen said, ensure we're not duplicating efforts. You could see a design for a VPP interim program in the straw and think about how that would theoretically interact or duplicate some of what we were trying to do in phase 2. The design we intend to put forward is a simplified approach that would seek to reduce some redundancy, but I would also just caution that we are in, a moment of deep ratepayer affordability constraints, and so the cost burden that we are asking the ratepayers to absorb is something we're trying to be very mindful of, and so the price tag associated with any phase 2 program needs to be right-sized, and we've got to make sure that the savings are going to be fully realized across the full sort of ratepayer system. And so it is slightly more complicated than just standing up a very simple design, but we're getting close, Lyle. Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Scott Snyder with Trade New Jersey. Question for you is that we know a lot of these assets exist in public buildings with public entities. Want to know what kind of considerations were being given to procurement for public entities to procure the VPPs and also get compensated on the back end, if there was any carve-outs around New Jersey procurement law being considered for this.
So I don't think the straw contemplates a very specific carve-out on procurement law. We do absolutely anticipate that there will be opportunities for participation and savings. There are sections of the straw that do, in 93 pages, we did not talk about every single piece, but there are sections of the straw that talk about partnerships with government entities. Specifically, it talks about opportunities for school buses and for New Jersey Transit, because those are batteries on wheels that are currently untapped, and so how do we do those pieces? And we ask questions about that. But I do think that having those conversations and those public entities are absolutely going to be an important piece to this. And I would encourage you to make sure that any ideas you have about how we can do that better, that they're put in the comments.
Excellent, thank you. And the second question is around building management systems and how that, basically it's, thermostats on steroids.
Mm-hmm.
How does that tie into these types of programs and what maybe separate or different incentives might be there?
So everything we talk about is technology neutral for that reason. So all of those things should be able to participate. In the long-term tariff, the goal will be that the cost for your kilowatt of energy is your cost for your kilowatt of energy. Whether you bring 1 or 10 depends how much money you make. Interim programs will work differently. You saw several flavors of those in the presentations this morning, where you might get $25 a month, you might get an upfront cost. Those are structures that will have to be part of the filings that the EDCs bring in. I always, and I've already said this once and I'll keep saying it, is what did we miss? Sometimes it's not that we missed it, we talked about it, but there's more detail that can be put in there. Those are the comments we want. That's the conversation we want. Did we not think about a thing? We want to be able to think about it for the minimum filing requirements and for future programs.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Kathleen, I'll just add that
Oh, wait, Phil. For our viewers at home.
Yeah, on the energy efficiency programs, we do have the Energy Solutions Program, which does encompasses BMSs. So, to the point in the straw that we will continue to incentivize smart thermostats, smart water heaters. I think BMSs falls into that category as well. So.
Thank you.
Thanks for the excellent presentation, very helpful. One thing that wasn't really mentioned was any distinctions between third-party aggregators, and third-party suppliers. And when you think through how this program might work, some of the aspects of how a third-party supplier might interact with the program will be similar to that of the aggregator, some will be different. And so curious if you've thought about that and how you anticipate addressing some of those issues. Thanks.
So I think part of our goal is to make this an open market. And so we're trying to get as many players in and participating as possible. If the way that the straw is presented creates limitations, we want to hear about those. If we think that there are, we used aggregator, we used OEM, we also used a much more holistic VPP vendor to try and encompass many of those pieces. If we think there's something missing, then we want to hear that. We also think that there's a lot of different parts and roles that people are going to play. Someone asked the other day about edge DERMs. And so yes, edge DERMs have a role to play, but they may play that role by being contracted by that aggregator who's actually going out and getting the customers. Might there be a place where that DERM is doing both of those jobs, collecting customers and doing that, absolutely, they'd probably be an aggregator then. But we do want to make sure that we are getting those terms clarified and as robust as possible to make sure that we have that open market.
Hi, Kathleen. Thank you for the presentation and thank you for the efforts of you and the rest of the BPU team. This is really great to see. My question is around front-of-the-meter batteries. And I saw in the slides that one of the focus of the VPP will be around the 5 consecutive peaks. So my question is whether the VPU is planning or intending to coordinate with PJM to make sure that front-of-meter storage kind of qualifies as a peak load reducing asset so that the utilities can get kind of, the benefits of these batteries being dispatched during the 5 CPs.
So I think that as we keep talking about, we do want this to be tech agnostic, right? So whoever's bringing in the services, we want them to be able to get compensated for them. We tried to match what we have with the current PJM rules so that you could play in all the markets. Where those barriers exist, we want to have them be identified in those written comments so that we can continue those conversations. There are, in the stakeholdering sessions, there's a bunch of conversations about the federal and the PJM pieces, and I will ask my colleague Tim if he has anything else he wants to add. Oh, and there you go.
Sorry, I would just say we recognize there's an issue with sort of front-of-the-meter resources potentially participating as a demand-side resource. I think it's an open conversation. We've had initial conversations with PJM, but it sounds like there's a bunch of additional work that needs to be done on determining the appropriate pathway, and really the board needs to make some policy-level decisions with your input on whether a FOM batteries participating as demand side is in fact the appropriate pathway for, I mean, we're aware of the various benefits, no ELCC haircut, avoidance of the queue, et cetera, but I think that's sort of an open policy conversation still, and so to the extent that you have specific feedback on that, that's helpful for us to get through the comments.
Very helpful. We'll add it to the feedback.
Never been too short for a microphone. Thank you so much for the presentation. It's incredibly helpful and clarifying. There are a couple questions I have. I'll just stick to two. But there was a slide on the Garden State Energy Storage Program. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it only referenced the behind-the-meter market segment for storage. I just want to clarify if front-of-the-meter distribution-connected storage is included in the Garden State Energy Storage Program.
Yes, and I'll start with, I think Catherine detailed some of the policy questions that we're trying to work our way through, and then I'll hand it back to her.
Yeah, we're working on it. I think we've had some discussions to date around sort of the benefits that FOM storage provides. I think there's, different capabilities for deployment and speed of deployment on FOM versus BTM resources, but there is no intention to exclude FOM from the GSESP program. So working in tandem, trying to do what we can expeditiously and then roll out subsequent parts of the program as we mature the additional work streams that are really going to serve as prerequisites for standing up the additional sort of later down the line elements, like an FOM element where we've got those outstanding policy considerations. I think you've seen also in the slides today here all of the other work streams being advanced by the grid modernization effort. So identifying, areas where front-of-the-meter storage could be really beneficial. That's something that we see as being tied, tightly to the PSUP effort that is being undertaken. There's also the Grid Flex Services Tariff, which you can imagine will provide compensation mechanisms for FOM resources. So I think that's a significant undertaking, and it is part of sort of the overarching goal for the GSESP Phase 2 program.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that answer, Catherine. And then the other question I had was on, there was mention of utility ownership in being allowed in potentially like grid constrained areas. I'm curious how the BPU is going to determine, they said, in case it leads to, or in case it, in cases where it has ratepayer savings, how do we compare that against third-party owned, storage? And just want to make sure that that is, being measured against also like third-party ownership.
Yes. So I brought up this slide because actually it's probably really helpful for many of your questions. But I'm going to go back to your first question and then I'm going to go to the second one. Because we really do see for so much of the storage, the compensation tariff is going to be a huge driver and a huge market signal. That is really not that far off because the plan is to have a straw in early 2027. So folks will start to understand what those compensation metrics are, and so that will help. The second piece is reliant on our PSEP program, which is really going to start talking about what the utilities are planning, where those constrained circuits are, and then talking about what is the most appropriate mechanisms for those pieces. We are really looking for comments on all of these sections and including metrics for how to make sure that this is a place where we think that it's more cost effective for EDCs to own or administer a storage program versus letting the private market have those tariffs. I'm also then going to turn to my colleague Natalie to see if she has anything to add on the PSEP process.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Natalie Stewart. I'm a research scientist on the grid modernization team. Yes, so in short, our PSEP process, our proactive system upgrade plan process, our straw came out in May. We got lots of comments. Thank you to everyone here who added comments to that docket, and thank you to everyone who was part of the IDDER working group that helped us to develop that straw. So if you look in the straw, energy storage systems are included under examples of non-wires alternatives. And we did see a great example from Rockland, how in New York there are storage systems being used as non-wires alternatives. So that, exactly how that is going to be executed is still kind of under consideration within the proactive system upgrade plan because we haven't put out the order yet. But energy storage is absolutely being considered as a potential non-wires alternative, or as we prefer to say, non-traditional distribution solution. And so we're looking around at other states for good examples of that, and other non-wires alternatives or non-traditional solutions. Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
And every time we turn the mic over and we go, that's a different work stream or that's a different straw, it is mentioned somewhere in the VPP straw, which means that it is an appropriate place to give us your comments on it. So we encourage that.
Hi, I'm Willard Kempton. I'm at the University of Delaware, and we have a V2G program. We've been working on the regulatory and technical issues and standards issues for this for the last 20 years or so. So I'm still at it here. Straw proposal is great. There's all kinds of great stuff in there. Just thinking about storage behind the meter. If we can charge and discharge storage, that has about 10 times the value of DR for storage. So we would like to get that working correctly. That's a little more hard, a little more difficult. Excuse me, EV storage is dual use, right? So most of the equipment is being purchased for the purpose of transportation, and for the grid, we'd like to use it when it's not being used for transportation. It turns out that just requires 100,000 lines of computer code or whatever, but relatively simple once somebody's written that code and it's working correctly. So 1/5 the cost, 10 times the value, so it's worth getting that right. And I'd say that right now, the straw proposal prevents EVs from participating in that way. So I will have some written comments to be helpful. I just wanted to float them here so people can shoot at me the rest of the day or whatever. The problem is that the straw proposal doesn't explicitly mention the standards that are required. It mentions IEEE 1547-18, that's 2018, so It's 8 years old. And there are more recent standards that are needed for EV interconnection. Interconnection is critical for safety. Utilities need that. They want it. We want their line workers to come back safe at the end of the day. It should mention UL 1741 SC for the station and SAE J3072 for the EV. Why do we need an SAE standard? That's totally bizarre. We're electrical people. We do UL and IEEE. The reason we need an SAE standard is because it's not legal to have a UL requirement on a motor vehicle, on a road vehicle. So it's critical, and there are now SAE standards that refer to IEEE 1547. So that took a long time. It's now available. It's being used in some of our neighboring states here. The BPU needs to have a role here. You can't just throw it out at utilities and say, figure out the standards, because the BPU is a regulatory entity. And what we've seen in Delaware and Maryland, the utilities are given the ability to pick the appropriate standards and given examples of SAE and more recent UL standards that can be applied. So this is a, do it in writing, but this is a key piece. High value, low cost, not currently allowed by standards in New Jersey, is allowed in Delaware and Maryland. And we've been running vehicles doing this. Delmarva Power, we have a great relationship with them. This is not something that's wild future, not going to happen. There's now 5 U.S. motor vehicle, U.S. available, not all U.S. companies, motor vehicles with vehicle-to-grid. Next year, there'll be one that has highly standardized communication between the car and the charging station. In fact, it's currently projected to be available in July 2027, which I believe is a month I recognized on your slide. So this is going to be available for this program.
So for those of you in the audience who have worked with me on clean transportation, you're probably not shocked that my favorite type of storage is on wheels. So that is absolutely something that we've been talking about and thinking about. I think that it is something that is absolutely contemplated in the long-term tariff, which is not very far off anyway. The interim program really is about the assets that exist in the state today. And so that's part of it, but we welcome all of those very technical comments so that we can make sure that they are included, and they are going to be part of those conversations in the future. I'm going to note, I think we have about 10 minutes-ish. Okay, about 5, so we're going to get through as many questions as we can. But next question.
Tim Fagan from PS. So 2 questions. One, the one term you haven't really mentioned, which I'd like to get your thoughts on integration, is FERC Order 2222, right? How do you have expectations or thoughts on how that gets integrated into VPP?
So it is contemplated in the straw. I think a lot of the technical requirements were put in so that they are complementary to some of those pieces. And we are looking for feedback because we've heard a lot of different feedback on whether or not it makes it harder or makes it easier. I'm also going to look right at my colleague Tim and see if he wants to add anything to this one. No, it is one of those places that we really are seeking a lot of comment because we want to make sure we're opening up all of the markets, and how do we do that in a way that doesn't create obstacles to making our short-term goals is a big question.
Okay. And then second, don't do this now, but at some point, I'd like to understand who your team is, right? Because we're going to be working with you guys a lot.
Absolutely.
So if you can, at some point, let us know the whole team, that'd be great. Thank you.
No. Next question.
Kyle Wallace with Sunrun. 2 quick questions. I have a lot of questions, but it sounds like those may be better for the GSESP straw. Just to clarify for the VPP, so for existing storage that's already installed, should it be planning to participate in the VPP, assuming there are triennium programs that support that? Or are we waiting for GSESP for that as well?
No. So if storage is already installed, it should absolutely be part of what is thought of as the interim program. If it is part of a current triennium program, then it would automatically sort of move over as we do that. But if there are not those sorts of opportunities, then the EDC should be thinking about how they develop those.
Got it. And then the second question is on the grid flex tariff, long-term VPP. The assumption there is that behind the meter storage will be participating in that as in the future, that GSESP is maybe a limited effort, and then when the grid flex tariff is available, then storage will be compensated through this? I'm trying to understand
So I
how
think
long will GSESP be
the
available?
hope in the long run is that the tariff that supplies compensation for the services that are supported, if the market is really a true market, then it should be able to be supported by its compensation. That will not happen immediately. There will be use cases where that doesn't happen immediately, and those are places we will look once we have the tariff.
Got it. Thanks.
We probably have one more question. Oh, maybe two. We'll see.
I'll be extremely fast.
I'm sure you know where to find us, though.
Here, whisper your question, I'll cram it in. No, thank you so much. This level of conversation and transparency, I'm just learning a ton, so I'm really appreciating it and the opportunity. I had a quick question on regulatory accounting treatment and funding sources, whether you had thought through that, because when we started working on the GSCSP, the thinking was that the funding was going to come from the system benefits charge, but my recommendation is to think about it more as a power supply resource. Would it be possible to run the costs of these programs through the power supply adjustment mechanisms, which have a more rapid turnaround? There's kind of less ROE on it, so there's less cost. And then also, like you're essentially buying electrons and capacity when you need it. So from a regulatory point of view, I think it makes more sense. And then you don't have this ballooning system benefits charge, which I think can attract a lot of IRF customers. So I wondered whether the commission has been, or the board has been thinking through the regulatory accounting treatment.
So we're always thinking about how we can make sure we're saving our ratepayers money and how we can effectively do those pieces. We had a couple slides on the cost recovery mechanisms. I think that also is appropriate. You know, any of those comments are also appropriate there. Recognizing that we're trying to get one more question in, other than we are absolutely thinking about that and we want your comments on it. Anything? Well, and I think that the other piece of it is when we look at very expensive programs, SBC is not going to be able to cover all of it, and so we need to be thinking about that. All right, that was a quick question, so I think we might be able to.
Okay. Gene Fox, who always has an opinion. I think the interim program, you're doing this through the EDCs because it's existing. My hope and expectation is that will be different when we get to the permanent, because you're going to have some of them that are doing a better job than others. I have my guess, but I won't say who they are. And we'll be doing programs that the other ones aren't doing. My hope and expectation is at the end of this 2-year interim, that each EDC, all 4 of them, will have the same programs available to the customers statewide.
So they won't have the same programs available. There will be a tariff that any aggregator in the open market can utilize, and those aggregators are going to provide different services, different formats, but the EDCs are not going to be administering those programs. They are going to be really administering the tariff, which is going to compensate folks for that, and so it will allow for new folks to come in and out of that market and give customers choices so that they are leveraging all of those
Let me give
assets
you
in
an
the best
example.
way.
I have a house in New Brunswick, I have solar and a Tesla battery, and I have a house in Brigantine where I just have solar.
Yeah.
Can I have the same benefits in one or the other, or do I have to get the same aggregate, or how do I do that?
So there will be licensing, hopefully, in the straw. I'm going to say it this way. This is how the straw proposal envisions it, and we want comments on all of that. There will be a tariff set up. There will be licensing for aggregators, so you know who can actually do that work. The EDCs will tell you who they've partnered with in their territories. I would anticipate that almost every aggregator is going to want to participate in all of those EDCs. So the logical answer is yes. You're going to be able to be like, yes, Tesla's here, and now I'm going to call Tesla over there. The tariffs may be slightly different in the exact same way that your rates may be slightly different between PS and JCP&L. Those pieces will be slightly different, but but the mechanisms will be the same. The approval processes will be the same. The goal is to have a seamless process.
You could probably have one aggregator for both properties.
Yes. So, well, you might not be able to, I'm going to take that back. You might not be able to have one aggregator for both properties because they have to aggregate to each of the utilities separately. because they'd have to aggregate energy to PS in New Brunswick and then JCP&L at your shore house. Well, they do want to do it everywhere, but they'd have to do, but they'd get different compensations because the tariffs would be different. Same as your utility bills are different. You certainly could, because there'd be a proceeding on their tariff. So, it is just about lunch, but I did want to take a second to thank everybody for attending. We are going to try and limit how many people get all the questions, so one email is up there, because you don't need to email all of us. But also, I did want to call out, the members of our team are listed there, and if you're here, please feel free to raise your hands so people know who you are. And they have done the work to put these pieces together, so I think that all of the team deserves a round of applause for being able to put this together. And with that, I will thank you. We will, 1:30. We are going to go out, have lunch. I'm sure you're going to have lots of questions for folks. Continue having these conversations. When we come back at 1:30, we're going to hear from the governor's office, and then we're going to have we're going to have a little briefing on VPP programs across the country, and then we are going to go to a facilitated conversation. So thank you all.
Lunch, if everybody can take their seats. All right. Well, thank you so much. I was going to say, don't go too far. You're next. I just wanted to thank you, everybody, for sticking with us this morning and being flexible with the agenda. Hopefully, everybody learned something new about the existing utility programs and learned from the presentation on the straw proposal. Really appreciated the engagement on the questions and are really hoping to kind of build on that this afternoon with your feedback and some of the stakeholder discussions that we'll get into in a bit. But we did want to start this afternoon with hearing from the governor's office. But just quickly before that, I wanted to go over how we've adjusted the schedule so everyone knows what to expect this afternoon. So we moved up the overview of the straw proposal. We still are going to do our afternoon opening remarks. And then I'll do a quick overview of some of the VPP programs that were going to be discussed in the morning's program, just to level set, make sure everybody knows kind of some of the best practices that are out there. And then we'll pivot into a facilitated discussion around both the straw proposal, but also the ideal outcomes for the VPP programs here in New Jersey. All right, I have let Elizabeth wait long enough. It is my pleasure to introduce Elizabeth Knoll from the governor's office, who's going to provide our level setting remarks for this afternoon. Elizabeth?
Thank you, Josh. I think I was told I would be the cheerleader to welcome everybody back from lunch. I hope your bellies are full. I hope you're super excited about this afternoon's conversation and facilitated discussion. Thank you all so much for being here. I think that it makes me very happy to see so many people in this room that are excited to nerd out over VPPs. I think we're onto something here. So it's exciting. I also want to just reiterate what was said this morning at the end. Huge shout out to all of the BPU staff that have worked on this and the intersecting policies. Yes, seriously. I know this governor, she really is driving a hard agenda and she's really focused on action and really wants to make sure we're delivering for the people of New Jersey. And so, we could not do it without the people of the BPU that are making this happen across all of the different work streams, not just VPPs, but today about VPPs. So really huge thank you. Like I said, the governor has set a really ambitious agenda. And she's just like, we don't have time to wait. We got to do this. We have an affordability crisis, and we have to be addressing this with the policies that we're setting forward. And, I think we outlined it very clearly in Executive Order 1 and 2, really called a state of emergency on utility costs, freezing rate hikes, and massively expanding new generation. And the VPPs are a big part of that, right? That's in Executive Order 2, called it out among a lot of other things. Real huge opportunity for New Jersey to be a national leader, to build on the amazing work that has been done over the past many years. So we're not starting from square one. We're like Kathleen said this morning, literally hundreds of thousands of technologies in homes and businesses that we can leverage. This is not something that we have to create or invent. These are like off the shelf. So we just have to figure out how to put all the pieces together and make sure we're delivering. So very exciting to see how much progress has been made in the first 6 months since I've been here, building on the incredible work. But I think a couple of things that I just want to reinforce as the governor's office, how we think about some of this. The reality is to be able to address the affordability crisis that we're all facing here in New Jersey, there's no one way to get there. And I know you saw on the screen this morning, with all of the different dockets and all of the different efforts that are underway between GridFlex and the proactive system upgrade plans and the grid mod work and the utility business model work. We need you guys all engaging across all of those different work streams because they are very interconnected, right? If we want to make sure we're incentivizing the utilities appropriately, we need to address utility business model reform, but we also want to create the VPPs that are going to be incentivizing the deployment of those technologies. And so we also want now data centers and large load, integration. How is that impacting the deployment of distributed energy resources? How can they participate in this? So I think that there is tremendous opportunity across so many different work streams. So apologies, but we really need everybody to get engaged and to provide their input, provide their data. Really, like, that's what underpins a lot of this. You know, these are credible, these are just verifiable assets that we want to make sure. So if you've got good data, you know, let's integrate that into it. The staff, it will really benefit what the staff is putting together, but kind of across the work stream. So making sure that we're firing in all cylinders. And then I think just really do want to underscore what was said this morning about this is a straw proposal. So we need your feedback, right? And I think people are like, oh, it's great, but it's got this problem or that problem. Great, tell us. We need to know, right? We need your feedback. You guys are the practitioners out in the field that are getting this done, that know from what, you know, how it works in other states or how it works in other service territories or how it works in other places. We are not shameless about, you know, trying to co-opt the good ideas and best practices and make sure we deliver them here in New Jersey. And if we have new innovative ideas, that we're pushing those out as well. So really want to make sure that I underscored those things, and really looking forward to the facilitated discussion this afternoon and hearing more from other folks. So appreciate everybody's engagement, appreciate everyone's willingness to participate, and yeah, thank you so much.
All right, well, thank you so much, Elizabeth. I think my takeaway from Elizabeth in this morning is that there's a few things going on in New Jersey. A lot of really important and exciting work. And one of the reasons it was so important when we were talking with BPU about designing today's workshop, one of the reasons we wanted to include a panel in the morning on best practices from around the country is for exactly the reasons that Elizabeth just outlined. There's no reason to start from square one. There's lots of good best practices and programs that already exist across the country, and actually the utilities this morning touched on many that they're either doing already or their grandparent companies are doing. And so it's really important to not only understand the state of play in New Jersey, but also to understand the state of play across the country, so we're not trying to recreate the wheel where it's not necessary. So I want to quickly go over a few of those examples, but first want to also, this is actually full disclosure, this slide is stolen from the slide presentation that RMI was going to provide, but I do think it's appropriate because it asks a lot of the questions that stakeholders and panelists were asking earlier today, right? What is a virtual power plant? How do we define that? What technologies are involved in VPPs? What are the types of VPPs? They're not a monolith. How are VPPs supporting affordability, and how are VPPs supporting system reliability and customer resilience? And on the right there's three examples. There actually is a fourth that I'll go over quickly. We have the Dominion VPP Con Ed demand response program, which Rico covered a little bit of, but just to provide a kind of broader statewide perspective on that quickly. Connected Solutions, which is a New England program. Several utilities utilize that program. And also going to touch on a few demand response and VPP programs that Xcel offers, mostly in Colorado, but one program that they just launched in Minnesota. All right, so what is a virtual power plant? Actually, I don't think anybody, when this question was raised earlier, I don't think anyone pointed specifically to the definition that's offered in the straw proposal, which I think is actually a really helpful and specific answer to that question. So the straw proposal says that a VPP is an aggregation of distributed energy resources and other load management technologies that can balance electrical loads to defer or avoid a transmission or distribution upgrade and provide utility scale, utility grade grid services analogous to those provided by traditional generation resources. A lot to unpack there, but lots of good details about the different and implications about the different types of services that VPPs can provide. RMI themselves, they actually have this flipbook resource that I need to at least plug since they weren't able to join us earlier. They just issued a second one that has a lot of great examples on VPP programs from across the country. And they have a more general definition. That's an aggregation of distributed energy resources that can be dispatched to support the grid in exchange for compensation. All right, so second question. What technologies are involved in VPPs? And I'm not sure if people in the back can see all the details there, but at the very bottom, you have C&I, or commercial industrial demand response, and battery energy storage programs. So that's by capacity, that's the largest, at least in the US. And then you have the next biggest is smart thermostats, then residential batteries, and then active managed charging. But we're actually seeing, in terms of kind of year-over-year growth, you see on the kind of all the way on the right, you're seeing active managed charging actually has a year-over-year growth of 122%. Residential battery energy storage growth is 153%. And smart thermostats is 25. So that's all to say we have this kind of pre-existing set of VPPs and demand response resources that make up kind of the majority, and we're starting to see some of these newer technologies have real growth. All right, so what are the types of VPPs? And this is, again, full disclosure, this is how RMI characterizes it, but they put it into kind of 6 buckets. So there's the first 2 buckets fall under utility VPPs. So there's customer program utility VPP and aggregator access utility VPPs. So concepts very similar to what you saw in the straw and you heard Kathleen talk about earlier. We have market participant VPPs, so market aggregations in competitive retail. And then we have bring your own distributed capacity VPPs. So bring your own utility VPP or bring your own market participant VPP. So essentially kind of a mix up of the prior 4 kind of types of VPPs. There's also, I just want to flag on the kind of in the box on the right there, there's the Charged Initiative. They've identified pathways for greater load flexibility. And they have 2 different categories of flexibility. The first is implicit flexibility with price signals. So another way to think of that is also called passive programs sometimes, where customers have the option of actually performing or responding to that price signal. Or there's explicit flexibility, which they categorize as contractual obligations. You have to show up. All right, so how are VPPs supporting affordability? So we talked about multiple times throughout the morning that VPPs can support both bulk system power and also can help alleviate specific distribution grid constraints. The historical kind of demand response programs have really focused on the bulk power system, but more and more we're seeing programs that focus on the distribution system. And then there's also a spectrum of kind of operational solutions all the way to planning solutions. So to click through the 4 buckets here. So if you're addressing a VPP that addresses both power system and is an operational solution, it decreases demand during high wholesale energy price periods. If it's an operational solution that addresses a distribution system need, it creates headroom for more distribution connected loads. If it's a planning solution that addresses a bulk power system need, it reduces generation capacity and transmission-related cost. And finally, planning solutions for distribution system upgrades, it avoids, reduces, or defers incremental distribution investments. So no framework is perfect, but I do find this to be a helpful way to think about the different types and ways that VPPs can be used to support both the bulk power system and the local grid. So here are just a couple of examples. I'm not going to get into great detail with all of these, but there's two examples of participant aggregator compensation models that have provided savings, VPP program savings to customers. The Puerto Rico example is an interesting one where it provided roughly $9 million annually in customer savings compared to $7 million in compensation that was paid out. So obviously net benefits there. And then for Connected Solutions, a program that I'll talk about a little bit more in a second, in 2025, it provided $55 million of benefits, again, in Massachusetts, against a program cost of $27 million, so nearly 2 to 1. All right, because I, like RMI, love our frameworks, there's also, you can think of how VPP support system reliability and customer resilience as kind of a continuum. So you have reliability focus at the top, resilience focus at the bottom, and local versus regional. Very similar but different flavor to the distribution grid versus bulk power system. So we have examples. So on the top left, so if you address a local constraint and provide reliability benefits, an example is relieving grid constraints and providing N-1 contingency management. If you're addressing reliability needs at the regional level, you're reducing the peak demand and supporting regional resource adequacy. And then on the bottom left, if you're supporting local resilience, customer-sided battery energy storage can provide resilient backup power, right? So microgrids or multiple different iterations of residential batteries that can be used for backup power at individual residences. And then regional resilience focus is really around emergency grid support and system resilience, and that's not currently something that VPPs are offering. I'd be curious to hear folks if they have opinions on whether or not it could and how that would work, but that's probably not in scope today. All right, so let's get into the examples. So I want to talk about the Dominion VPP program first. So what's unique about this is that was a legislatively enabled large-scale pilot. So the legislation was signed into law May of last year. A proposed plan was filed this summer. And then in 2027, it will be expanded, if approved, to provide distribution grid services. And by 2030, there's a target of 450 megawatts of capacity, so fairly significant. And so where it's relevant, and I think RMI did a really helpful job of pulling away the relevant takeaways from all these examples for our conversation here today, is first off, in Virginia, they took a portfolio approach. So they're not going to get to the 450 megawatts just through one program, but they're going to look at a suite of different programs to help them meet that target. They have both an aggregator and utility-led approach that allows for competition by third parties. And they also are looking at performance-based incentives. So the Bring Your Own Aggregator Access program involves performance-based payments, much like what's contemplated in the Straw proposal. All right, so I already mentioned that, and I know that we talked a little bit and heard from Rico about demand response programs in New York that they're learning from. There's a list in the gray box of 5 different demand response programs that are being offered in New York. And the background of those programs is there's over 100,000 enrolled customers in those programs that represent about 1 gigawatt of pledged capacity across 5 of the 5 programs on the right. And in New York, what happens, and it's very similar to, I forget which utility was talking about this, where New York ISO actually focuses on the bulk power system and sending those price signals, whereas Con Ed programs specifically target the distribution system reliability needs. So the takeaways here, again, portfolio approach, multiple programs targeting different needs in different types of customers to meet their goals. And then also allowing value stacking between bulk power system and the distribution system and making sure that that value stacking in those programs are coordinated. All right, and then we have a few slides here on connected solutions, which I think is a really particularly unique example because it exists across multiple jurisdictions in New England. And so it's a good example of how one jurisdiction can replicate something that's done in another jurisdiction. It does help that they have sister utilities that operate in those jurisdictions that maybe adopted it first, but that's not applicable for all of the utilities. So specifically for National Grid, they have 55,000 customers enrolled in Connected Solutions, which is a fairly typical demand response program that targets the bulk power system peak. It's equivalent to 100 megawatts and 2% of peak demand. Right. So another interesting thing and a lesson learned from the Connected Solutions program that I think is potentially applicable here in New Jersey is that over time they've layered on additional complexity. So last summer, National Grid rolled out a program called Connected Solutions Plus. I'm sure they thought really hard about what to add on the end of that, the title. They're not here, so I can make that joke. It's fine. It won't go back to them. So what they've layered on is specific incentives in areas where demand response, and specifically targeting the bulk system peak, would also help with distribution system constraints. And so they've added additional incentives for customers to deploy demand response and batteries in those areas. And what you can see on the left is a list of the different areas where they've done that and the amount of dispatchable demand response that they're looking for May of 2026. And I'll also just note as well on the right, so I'm focusing right now for continuity of kind of the narrative on Connected Solutions Plus. I will note that National Grid has both in Massachusetts and in New York non-wire solutions RFPs and grid services tariffs that I think are a really interesting model that they're exploring to complement this program where there's a known distribution constraint and they're looking for non-traditional solutions. I forget if that's, I don't think I got Natalie's term exactly right. But they're looking for exactly what Natalie was talking about earlier to address known constraints on a certain time frame. And so that's something that actually was set up by and powered by what was called the Electric System Modernization Plan, there we go, or ESMP, which actually provided a specific amount of money to the utilities in Massachusetts to stand up a grid compensation fund that allowed them to do both Connected Solutions Plus and to explore this approach to non-wire solutions. All right, and then the only thing this slide says pretty much exactly what I just went over, except for I do want to flag at the bottom. So they picked in Connected Solutions Plus 15 locations and to really try and drive customer adoption again, because there were co-benefits of also addressing distribution constraints. And they did that through a combination of an upfront incentive in some places, that was up to $7,500, as well as in some places they also increased the performance incentive. It's kind of a mixed bag of exactly what approach they took in different territories. But that was the combination of approaches that they took to try and spur and really encourage adoption in those specific areas that would also have distribution system value. All right, so I've explained Connected Solutions from the National Grid perspective. Taking a step back, as I said, one of the unique elements of this example is that it's actually a program that operates in multiple programs, and it's available in 5 Northeast states, and it's resulted in more than 450 megawatts of enrolled capacity. And so what's really interesting, again, about this program is that it's replicable in multiple jurisdictions. And that's something that, particularly as states like New Jersey grapple with, what exactly does a VPP or demand response program look like here? There's no reason that programs from neighboring jurisdictions can't be replicated and brought into your your jurisdiction, again, that's essentially 4 New England states have already copy and pasted from, I believe Massachusetts was the first. And again, just to reiterate, and I know I said this earlier, but the approach of layering in the complexity over time in this program, I think, is also a really important lesson learned. They started with a standardized demand response program targeted at the bulk system peak, and after they had success in customer adoption and understanding, they then layered on additional complexity and additional value streams related to distribution system capacity. All right, and then the last example is from Excel. We have 2 slides on Excel. Folks might have heard about this recently adopted aggregator virtual power plant program. And the way that program works is it's again, a fairly traditional kind of demand response, number of call events program, except for they actually identified value streams at 3 levels. They have avoided generation value, avoided transmission value, and if you're on certain feeders, an avoided distribution value. So they've calculated that, and actually, I believe Excel came up with the methodology for that, and they're targeting 120 megawatts through that program, and they currently, for context, have about 10 megawatts of VPPs in Colorado. And then more broadly, folks might be familiar with the Capacity Connect program, which is actually a utility-owned storage program that's being piloted in Minnesota. What I actually wanted to highlight even more, though, was that in Colorado, they're pairing the aggregator virtual power plant program that I just mentioned with this dispatchable distribution generation program that uses front-of-the-meter renewable generation co-located with storage to address different distribution system needs. And the windows for that are 4-hour dispatch to, again, address distribution system needs. So hopefully that was a helpful overview of what exists out there. I'm happy to take a few clarifying questions to the extent I can answer those questions. Otherwise, I will defer you to the experts that were lined up for today. Or otherwise, we can move on to facilitated discussion. But are there any clarifying questions of any of those examples first? Please go ahead.
Andrew Bain with PHI. Question on the Xcel Energy, is that just purely a suite of bring your own that makes up that VPP, or is it any utility-owned assets like switches or utility-owned storage?
I believe, yeah, it's third-party bring your own, is my understanding.
Okay.
But I'll double-check that, and if I'm wrong, I'll let everyone know.
Great, thank you.
Any other clarifying questions? And thank you for modeling name and affiliation. That was perfect. All right, great. Well, let's get into the discussion. Great. So what we're going to do this afternoon, hopefully everybody remembers Kathleen's fantastic presentation earlier on the straw and all the answers to the clarifying questions. One second. So I'm gonna walk through exactly how we're gonna do the facilitated discussion for folks that were here for the utility business model reform workshop on May 7th. We're gonna use Mentimeter in a very similar way. So hopefully folks are familiar with that. But so just to give you a sense of, there's 4 buckets of questions. So there's going to be some level setting questions to warm us up and to make sure that everybody kind of has an opportunity to provide input on the types of services that you expect or would like to see VPPs provide here in New Jersey. We'll then have some pretty weedy questions around program design, and we're hoping to have a good back and forth about that, with the ultimate goal, right, of providing feedback and information that BPU can use to improve upon the STRAW program design. And then we'll end with an opportunity to talk about and identify potential barriers to adoption and program success that was in the current program design. I would really encourage anybody when they're providing feedback on things that they would like to see changed in the straw to think about specific alternatives to those barriers. It's really helpful to staff. Obviously, we're moving towards a VPP program, and identifying a barrier is helpful, but it's even more helpful if you can identify a fix to that solution that will still ensure that the New Jersey and BPU are achieving their objectives. And I just want to point out, too, that some of these questions are a little bit duplicative or similar to the questions that were in the straw, and some of them are new or additional. And so really these are intended to complement those questions. This is not in lieu of an opportunity to provide written comments. We encourage robust conversation and participation today, but please also provide your written comments by August 18th. August 18th? 17th. Don't do the 18th, you'd be late. By August 17th, and again, just to reiterate something that Kathleen said earlier, it's really important to both highlight things that you agree with and things that you disagree with. There's lots of comments, I'm sure most of you are familiar. You often see the comments and things that you think should be changed, and then people don't talk about what's good. And so you actually might go about changing something that everybody actually liked, but all you did was see comments that say that you should change it. So I just want to encourage people to really emphasize anything that you think was well done or well designed. All right. And so let me just finish this last slide, and then I'll let you have your clarifying question. So when we get into this, so I encourage everybody to get out your phone, use the QR code, because we're going to be using, like I said, Mentimeter, which will allow you to provide responses in writing, and then we'll follow up with them with comments. So we'll have a discussion prompt on the screen. I'll ask everybody to provide a written comment. And as those kind of responses come in, I'll then offer an opportunity for anyone that wants to elaborate on their response to go to the microphone, and then we'll iterate on that. As we've already practiced today, please make sure to provide your name and affiliation when you're providing any comments. And then again, we really encourage you to provide, to the extent possible, constructive examples that we can build off of and BPU can take back and incorporate into the straw and the final design. All right, clarifying question? And that's what we just did. That's what I just did, yeah. No, they're not. So unfortunately, that panel, we weren't able to get the audio to work for that panel. We are going to work on, I don't want to overpromise, but there are two things. One, we are hoping to find, at least RAP, a way to still leverage the expertise of those panelists. And then two, we already have their slides. So all of those slides will be in the appendix. That will be on the online, because I already promised that would happen. All right, so let's get into it. All right, so easy one to start us off. We already, the RMI presentation already kind of gave you a cheat sheet of these answers, but really want to hear from you, particularly the ones that you think are the most interesting or valuable. What grid services can VPPs provide? Yep.
That's not the question that came up on our scanner, it's a different question.
What came up?
What draft VPP program requirement potentially presents a barrier to success?
You're getting ahead of us. It's a great question. No, I hear you. Well, let's see. I think what we're going to try and do real quick as we do this, we're just going to bring it up through Mentimeter, because I don't think it was working through that. Well, why don't we do it this way? As we're figuring out, the first two questions were, what are the types of grid services? And then the second one was, what are the grid services that you think are the most valuable and thus needs to be incorporated into any future VPP program? So while we're getting this to work, I invite people to come up to the microphone and to answer those two prompts. And we'll do it that way until we can get the interactive piece to work. Who's going to start us off? So two questions. One, what are, just a simple question of, what are the grid services that VPPs can provide? And I would encourage you, anything that you don't think we've covered today, I think is of particular interest. And then the second question is, of those grid services, which are the ones that are the most valuable and the VPP program should focus on optimizing or maximizing? And that guy really psyched me out. He walked right by.
Hey,
please go ahead.
So Andrew Bain, PHI. Again, just going to echo a little bit of what I had already presented at the top of the morning here, but we look at it that resource adequacy value at the transmission scale with our RTO is something that we're already delivering on. We would hope that any VPP, proposal could double down on that and bringing it in an even larger scale. And then obviously we're looking to double down on some of the distribution, service value that we can provide as well. I think one thing you ask, certainly, and I think it was maybe Tim this morning said, you ask 6 people how to define a VPP, you'll probably get 8 different definitions. But for us, it's, we're toying with, if you're not allowing injection, is it truly a VPP or is it glorified demand response? I think that allows the crawl, walk, run mentality that we would like to take. Hey, and I think that we're seeing in the straw proposal as well of demand response is foundational to it. Maybe that's your initial pillar. Go ahead and scale that. We would love to see scale with both a suite of bring your own smart devices as well as utility-owned assets, that you can create that value with at the transmission and distribution level, and then allow for that injection and doing time box, or sandbox scenarios where you can work with system protection engineers and our control centers to say, how can we do this safely? Because in the eyes of the utility, with our utility blinders on, that system and human safety is going to be paramount no matter what, and injection always just brings in flavors of questions from those groups. So,
really, really helpful. 2 follow-up questions for you. One, can you define for everyone, you've used twice now, like a sandbox? Can you just define what that is for everybody? And 2, you mentioned, maybe bulk power system is where you start and you layer on distribution value. Do you have, at least, does the company have, ideal way of layering on distribution value? There's no one right answer, right? And there's multiple ways to do it. So I'm curious if you have a perspective on that.
So for sandboxing, in my mind, and some of the things that we're discussing in our grid flexibility working group with BPU staff is looking at it as an avenue for not necessarily just like a pilot that has very rigid terms around it. A sandbox is almost embracing more of like I hate saying this carefully, but like a fail-forward mentality of, hey, you really want to aggressively pressure test something. Again, whether that's incentive structures, whether that's operational strategies, whether that's technologies, you want to pressure test those, take what went well and what didn't, and then apply it maybe to a more long-standing pilot program that's going to get a certain recovery strategy or something tied to it from that respect. To the latter question, I'm trying to remember it now, but I think for us, the way that we see it is, if you're looking at like localized substation relief, right? If we're targeting a specific substation because a transformer's down, that's that distribution level value. I think, and again, I was showing that just as like trying to keep it consistent for everybody and what they've seen today. But when we start talking RTO value, resource adequacy, impacting the supply of energy as a whole, that's that transmission system value at the end of the day. Wholesale market or not, it's still impacting the transmission system.
Yeah, that's really helpful. And I think that's a thread too that'd be great to pull on for other people that provide responses today is, there's kind of talked about event-based versus value-based, right? Like there is an embedded avoided distribution value but then again, if there's a specific constraint that you're looking to avoid, like that's, you need to make sure that the resource is there. So like, what do those differences drive in terms of program design and compensation? Curious to get everybody's thoughts on that, but. All right, name and affiliation, please.
Hi, it's James Johnston from Piccolo, all the way from the UK. Great to be here. So we run grid flexibility markets at scale across the world, particularly in the UK. So we have first-hand experience. I mean, the short answer is flexibility or VPPs can be used for pretty much anything, and we see that. Just a case study for this week with National Grid in the UK. They just launched on the marketplace 1.2 gigawatts of requirement for this winter in a storm protection or storm mitigation service. And that's a new service that they just launched within a couple of weeks because they knew that this was something that was going to be required. So everything from long-term to short-term to ad hoc, it can be useful. In terms of value, I think there's a really interesting point here about who decides how valuable flexibility is. And I think this is a crucial point, because if you ask a data center how would they value a grid connection, they would tell you a very different number than if you did a cost recovery on the cost of capital for deferring wires and wires and poles investment. And so one thing that's really important when you think about the long term here is, and we're talking about a market-based solution, is really who gets to decide how much value is on the table. And if you really design this out right, it becomes a true marketplace, and the real value for flexibility can be unlocked to benefit everyone. And I think that's not something that we've seen the UK's got right so far, but we see this as the main kind of point of conversation about how you get this right going forward. The bring your own distributed capacity model, I think is very exciting and probably will be where the largest single source of value for flexibility markets going forward if we get the regulatory constructs right.
Can you define that a little bit more for us, and like that, exactly what's happening with that pilot? And then also just curious, you said it's a question of who determines the value. I'm curious, it sounds like there's an answer. You already gave us a little bit of what you think the answer is, but curious to hear you extrapolate on that.
Well, I think at the moment when we run a market which is really just a one-sided market, competition is on the supply side. So we have hundreds of aggregators that can compete to participate and provide the services. But what services are defined and how much budget's available was decided by the utilities in conversation with the regulator. And that makes sense for a lot of use cases. But if the use case is unlocking capacity because someone wants grid connection, why is it up for the utility to define how much value is there? And if there was a way for an open marketplace where bids could come in from new connections, data centers or anyone, and they place a value and go, well, for me, having a grid connection in 6 months versus 18 months, I'll pay 5 times the price of wholesale markets for that capacity, then it's up to them to pay for that, and they will. And what you can see then is a true marketplace, both on the demand side in terms of valuing that flex, as well as then on competition on the supply side. So I think this is where the conversation will go to when we really start to unlock the bring your own distributed capacity model that you mentioned in the RMI slides. But if you stop it at the utility and the regulator deciding how much that flexibility is worth, then you don't unlock the full potential of that model.
Yeah, and I think that picks up on a theme we heard earlier about needing more and better data earlier, particularly on what the costs are of some of these solutions, and then seeing where that clears with the actual needs, right? So that makes a ton of sense. Thank you so much.
Hey everyone, Abe Silverman, Johns Hopkins University. First of all, I just want to say how exciting. This is like the best day of my summer so far.
I have questions about the rest of your summer, but we don't need to.
Fair enough. It's fair enough.
It's fine.
But I really loved your question. What are the grid services that VPPs can provide? And the answer is all of them. I can't think of one service that PJM buys, that the distribution utilities don't use, that can't be supplied by a VPP just as easily as a combined cycle. In fact, probably better than a lot of them. And when we think about, very much picking up on the gentleman before, when we think about the value of flexibility, when we look at this at the wholesale level, having data centers be flexible is a $15 billion a year issue for PJM, according to our own research. And that cuts across both capacity. It certainly cuts across energy, where we've seen 50% year-over-year increases in energy. Obviously, capacity is off the charts. And so we start thinking about this like, we have, a lot of us, been excited about the idea of activating the demand side of the market for 20 years we've been working on this. I mean, the very fact that we have a VRR curve, variable resource, whatever the R stands for, curve, where we are simulating in a room down in Valley Forge where we all get together and decide what load wants to pay and what reliability is worth to them, is a market failure, because we haven't been able to activate the demand side of the market. So I just want to say that, like this is, I think, a national leading conversation, and everything we're doing here is going to translate, if we can get the infrastructure right, into direct price reductions in transmission capacity to energy at PJM. And that, at the end of the day, is exactly what we're trying to do, because it has all the climate benefits, all the affordability benefits. And I would just say, as we're thinking about this, we really need to make sure that the computers from our EDCs are talking to the computers at PJM. And that is a very difficult piece of this whole question, but I think one that's really worth thinking about very carefully. Anyway.
No, that was very helpful. And actually, you kind of where you ended there is what I wanted to pick up on before. And so please, if you have thoughts on this, would be curious. I think we've heard earlier about the importance of translating these programs into actual realized cost savings that then trickle down to customers. So I think there's two questions. How do we make sure that we're targeting the right things to actually achieve that cost savings? And how do we make sure it's actually realized by customers? So curious if you or anyone else that provided cost savings as your answer, if you have thoughts on that question, please feel free.
Yeah, and I think it is remarkable that in the PJM update that they provided a couple of days ago from the board to market participants on the whole connect and manage, and now what they're calling interim reliability service, and the reliability backstop, one of the things they specifically called out in the cost allocation piece of the reliability backstop procurement was New Jersey's efforts to affect the demand side of the market. So right there, we are potentially seeing, it's very easy to throw around billions of dollars, but we really are talking about billions of dollars of potential savings coming to consumers if we can shift that down a little bit. And I think the target, if I remember correctly, was 568 megawatts, which just happens to be about the size of a combined cycle, or 10 peaker plants. So that is a couple, probably $2.5 billion investment that would be avoided if we can get this program working for, if I remember right, the Straw talked about $70 million. That's a damned good investment, and I'll take that bet every day of the week. And when you think about multiplying that across not just New Jersey, but the rest of PJM, you really all of a sudden tackle this affordability issue in a way that I think we have not seen demand-side resources do, really in the 20-year history of the competitive markets. And it's all enabled by this technological leap. Let's use AI for something worthwhile. And this is exactly the kind of thing that I think is going to make that difference. So,
yeah, thank you so much. I want to, before we move on to the next question, and happy to take your comment as well, but I also would encourage anyone, frankly, I'm a little surprised that resilience is the number one thing. I'm not surprised that resilience is up here, but I am surprised that it's the one that is the most common response. So if anyone that put resilience up here, I would love to hear kind of your thinking on why that was the most important value that VPPs can provide, and how you think we can make sure that value is unlocked. Please go ahead.
So Mike Winka, just an average ratepayer, and to second what just said, more than happy to be here. It's a fun place, maybe second to being on the beach in Cape May, so really great. And just from around the corner, not from England. So the services to provide is obviously energy and capacity, and then I would put VARs as that next level of service, and I go back and forth between VARs and maybe voltage regulation, and then frequency response, and then black start capabilities, so what VPPs can provide. So if you're looking at those services and how they can provide them. But one of the things the utility should do is be able to provide the data that we need to see, because you can see the marketplace at PJM 100%. We don't know where those constrained feeders are on the distribution system. So if you really want to market, the barrier is the ability to see where that constraints are in the distribution system to be able to build out that market. And to do that, to reinforce the sandbox that ACE raised, maybe the utilities can do some sandboxing saying, hey, I got 10 smart customers with smart meters who could start playing with VARs in the marketplace on this constrained circuit, or I have 10 smart customers with smart inverters that can play with frequency response over here in the 2 years that you're building out this interim program to the long-term program. So those would be my comments.
Yeah, that's a really helpful point about transparency and insights into distribution system needs. I think the Piclo gentleman's example of having transparency on what the cost of the potential solutions can help with some of the questions around confidentiality and cybersecurity with sharing some of that data. But of course, it is that transparency. There are solutions to those concerns, and so how do we make sure there is the appropriate transparency around data to make sure that we're capitalizing on that value is a great point. Feel free to respond if you had additional thoughts. Sorry to hop you there.
Not talking about individual customer security data, but general, here's the constraint on this feeder. It sounds like it's more public information than private customer information. So.
Yeah, and there's plenty of planning processes across the country that provide some level of detail on that. Please, go ahead.
Thanks, Allison Clements from 804 Advisory again. I wanted to just talk about the value stacking and a distinction that can be made at the wholesale level that I think is important kind of going into the conversation, and that is the straw refers to wholesale revenues, and we're all familiar with participating as a supply-side resource in the wholesale market. It's very difficult for distributed energy resources to participate as supply-side resources in the wholesale market for lots of reasons that I had to grapple with in the previous years. Even if you are participating on the supply side, it's still a savings at the wholesale. It settles at the wholesale level. To the extent that you're a distributed energy resource, that savings still has to come through into your retail bill, right? What if you are just doing a demand, like a peak shaving adjustment that's contemplated in this New Jersey bill and now is recognized in PJM's reliability backstop decision letter? You are not getting revenues from the wholesale market, but you're creating a value by reducing the amount of capacity that needs to be procured. So we don't want to lose the monetization of that value. And I think that so that I don't stand up again during the barriers section, the two things you need to do that. One is require the utilities to allow for negative PLCs. And then the second is to ensure peak load contributions. And then the second is to ensure that as quickly as possible, these saving amounts, these reductions to be monetized, get funneled into the EDC load forecast so that that can happen.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think it's important there too in your comments of if we're talking about a demand reduction, there's both the avoided energy and that cost, but there's also the price suppression effect as well. So just want to make sure everyone's on the same page there. Well, that, how value gets passed on to customers and how we think about and quantify the value is a nice segue into this next question that is a part of the straw, but we wanted to spend some time on it here. Does the ratepayer impact measure, or RIM, capture all of the energy system benefits relevant to VPPs? And if not, which probably not, how should it be modified and what metrics should be added to capture those value streams? Just to softball question. Good first answer. Feel free to elaborate, but the answer does speak for itself. Sure, happy to. Anyone else? Please go ahead.
Yeah, Pam Frank from Charge EVC. I'm going to go back before when you were asking about resilience, just for a clarifying question.
Please, yeah.
You were surprised that resilience was popular as an answer.
I was surprised it was the most popular answer.
Most popular.
Yes.
I'm curious about why you're surprised and if we all mean the same thing when we say resilience, because resilience was one of my answers. And when I say resilience, I was also thinking about redundancy in the system. I'm just curious, right? And actually, this feeds into maybe a way I might think about RIM, which is resiliency or redundancy in the system as a quality, as a feature that ought to be compensated or recognized in some way. But at least the way I was thinking about it was resilience as a form of redundancy for a system that can't fail or shouldn't be able
Yeah,
to fail.
that's helpful. I think I was thinking of that as reliability, but we can have a healthy discussion on the distinction there. But I appreciate that clarification. And then on this question here, just want to be really clear too, totally recognize that the RIM does not include social cost of carbon and a whole other set of benefit streams. We want to be really clear that the question here is about energy system benefits that aren't captured in the existing RIM methodology and how that could potentially be expanded to better match and capture the value streams of VPPs. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to try to answer both the last question and this one with one answer. We just got some great factoids from Abe, and I'm going to give another factoid. We all know that the PJM auction that covered the 2025-2026 delivery year is what blew up the cost of capacity by almost 10x, and that precipitated why we're here talking about an affordability crisis in electricity. The independent market monitor released figures that showed that PJM acquired 1.7% more capacity in that auction than their auction target provided for. So they went to 101.7 instead of 100% of their reliability requirement. That extra 1.7% took the price from $104 to $270. And that means that if we could have reduced the reliability requirement by just 2.3 gigawatts, that would have saved 61% of that price explosion. We could have saved 61% with 2.3 gigawatts. And that's PJM-wide. So New Jersey shares about 1/9 of that. So if New Jersey and the other states did their fair share, if we just came up with 0.5 gigawatt of savings through VPPs, larger batteries, everything that we do, just 0.5 gigawatt would have meant that we would not be here talking about an affordability crisis.
Thank you so much. Any others? We have lots of...
Sorry, and that goes to metrics because taking into account the extreme nature of the right side of the curve in all of these capacity auctions has an extremely concentrated effect. And when we're measuring that, we have to take into account that we are looking at the extreme, almost vertical portion of that curve, and those metrics are important.
Yeah, thank you. And I will say, to the extent anyone does any work in New England or is familiar with the avoided energy supply cost study that's done in that region, there is, to just the thread that both of you have talked about the kind of bulk power system resilience or resilience or reliability, however you define it, that that's actually a separate value stream other than capacity that's actually defined in that kind of cost-benefit methodology. So just kind of flagging that as potentially something that can be learned from and incorporated here in New Jersey for PJM. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Josh. Doug O'Malley, Environment New Jersey, and appreciate this conversation and the opportunity more broadly from the board to kind of dig deep into VPPs. Just a couple of thoughts, and I want to pick up from the thread from previous speakers. One, just on the concept of resiliency, I think we need to have, that means a lot of different things and different people, but just to kind of put this in context, so this has been a very long month, right? We've literally seen tornadoes, floods, record heat waves. And I just want to reference that earlier this month, here in New Jersey, we lost 29 lives because of the record heat. So when we kind of talk about resiliency, that needs to be not just about resiliency for the grid, but just resiliency of people to live. That needs to be incorporated. And when we're looking at RIM, you kind of mentioned this, Josh, it's not including social costs of carbon, but it's not necessarily incorporating the climate impacts, right? So the cost of, literally thousands of homeowners being out of power, in 100-degree heat. The broader climate impacts are just incredibly huge. So I think, we need to have a broader acknowledgement of kind of what that means and what ratepayer impacts are, thinking about the climate impacts. And that actually leads me to the thought that I've been having for a while, kind of talking about the benefits of VPPs. It's a little bit of what happens in a world where you don't have VPPs, right? And you don't have demand response. So we're talking about virtual power plants, but we are, on our electric grid right now, we are relying on power plants, fossil fuel power plants, to power most of our grid, especially in the hottest summer months. If we look at some of the other states, and I know we didn't have the representative from New York here, the states that are leading the way on VPP have also been leading the way in energy storage. And so the ability of VPPs and energy storage from our perspective is that you're able to retire peaker power plants, which are the oldest and dirtiest sources of energy and exacerbate the climate crisis and air pollution. So that needs to be part of the conversation right now. And in many ways, because of the PJM crisis that Lyle was just referencing, we are seeing renewed initiatives to bring back old power plants, not just that are operating less, our current peakers, but plants that have been retired, both coal and gas. So there's legislation that was heard in the Assembly Telecom Committee, Telecom and Utilities Committee, 7 weeks ago, right? So that kind of needs to be on the table too of, if we don't have VPPs, what is the climate and what is the climate and air pollution impact of our current energy grid and continued reliance on fossil fuels? So I've been holding that for a while, and it just seems just like really critical when we're kind of talking about broader impacts.
For
overall.
sure. No, I really appreciate you bringing that back to the human impact as well. I think that's really important to keep in mind. I'm curious to your point of, your broader point about like counterfactuals, if I know I'm being a little reductive there, but we'll
The dog that didn't bark.
I'm curious, I think we've seen, certainly in my experience in New England, but, anecdotally, I'm aware that this conversation has happened and kind of this struggle has occurred in other states, is certainly that counterfactual exists, right? And there's real value there. Communicating that and customer understanding of that value is something that everybody struggles with. I'm curious if you have, as we kind of move into this program, that will have kind of avoided costs and other benefits that people maybe don't tangibly feel, but certainly are real, how that gets communicated in a way that maybe is better than we've historically been at communicating that with energy efficiency programs, for example. At least I'm not familiar with New Jersey, but I can speak for New England. We could have done a better job on that front.
Yeah, and I don't want to monopolize the time here, but you're also hitting, Josh, on a critical point that most people, when you turn on the lights, don't necessarily think of where that power comes from, don't know where the power comes from. If you start to have a conversation of, on-demand charges, people say, what, right? So this is where consumer education and the benefit from a ratepayer perspective seems critical, because people do get that their bills are not only high, but have been skyrocketing, and so people are much more sensitive. So that's not to say that obviously these larger issues people care about as well, But that is to say, the rate impacts and the ability to save money will be a kind of a motivating part of that. That being said, there is this issue too of just explaining to people that this is about grid modernization and is not about kind of Big Brother looking over your shoulder. We've heard that counter narrative out there, and that's really important to kind of explain this is not like 1984.
Yeah. Thank you so much. All right, any other comments on this question?
Kyle Wallace with Sunrun. And this kind of goes to the last question in this one, in combining of kind of what the values VPPs can provide and then capturing that in kind of cost-benefit analyses. And just want to highlight that no matter what we do in this design phase of standing up a VPP and assigning cost-benefit numbers, like they're going to be wrong. And I think we just have to acknowledge that going in, especially on some of things like distribution value, but that over time, we're going to find more and more use cases and value for this VPP that is going to change what that distribution value is. And we're not necessarily going to know that ahead of time. And I think this goes to something that was said in the first panel from the utilities, and I think it came through primarily with PHI, and just describing that difference in these, how you use these resources once your operations team is comfortable. And once you have this tool available, you start finding ways to use it. You find new solutions. You find, oh, there was this local issue that we were able to have increased reliability. Power didn't go out because we had this VPP we could activate. Like, I don't know how you're always going to try to quantify that up front, but I do think it's just really important, and it shows, and Sunrun has experience with this with utilities across the country, where once you have the resource there, and it's, especially once it hits kind of like a critical size that it's like really having tangible impacts, utilities get really interested and creative with how they can use it to maximize that benefit. So I just want to highlight that some of these benefits we may calculate, and we should, I think a lot of them expect them to grow over time as we get more comfortable.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, I think that you did a really good job of, putting a cherry on, or putting a finer point on both the challenge here, which is how do you actually quantify the benefits of flexibility, but also the opportunity that it's probably more than we at least are thinking about or can quantify at the moment. I would say, to the extent, going back to this question that was from the straw, I would encourage folks that put things like DRIPE, energy assurance, system redundancy, to the extent that there are methodologies that you would encourage the team at BPU to use to incorporate that into the RIM or their evaluation of VPPs. That's something that I think would be really helpful for the team to have. And certainly, as I mentioned, I know there are methodologies that other regions have to calculate some of those things. All right, so let's go to the next question. I think there's a really important one. So the point of, or one of the points of having and starting with the presentations from the utilities this morning was to understand where things are at. And certainly, the straw makes clear that that's the foundation for the triennium programs. Demand response programs are the baseline, it's the starting point for the interim program. The question then is, what could be reasonably added or modified between now and July 1st, when the program is operational of next year? That would be value add that helps move the needle and starts to move towards the long-term vision that's outlined by BPU for the VPP program of the future. All right, so we have ineligible existing assets. Would love to hear more about that, but please go ahead.
Absolutely. I might be hitting on a couple of the answers that have come up. My name is Dominic Gotti. I'm with Tesla. And July 1, 2027 is not far away in many respects, but in what it takes to put together a behind-the-meter program. I won't call it a VPP because a VPP is necessarily a multi-device and multi-approach program. But by July 1 of next year, we can have a battery program up and running and serving the New Jersey ratepayer. Tesla works with a number of EdgeRIM providers across the country, and we say we can stand one up on our end in 3 months. And so we understand that from the utilities perspective, it takes longer to align all the internal arrows to point in the right direction. But from a technology basis, it is a plug and play, and we can stand this up. Between Tesla and Sunrun, we have 79 megawatts of installed capacity ready to go today, and we are just waiting for the compensation structure to put that into action.
Great, thank you so much. All right, so behind the meter storage in general, see load control switches, sandbox authorization, there's a question related to that later, so we'll hold that one off. So I'm seeing a lot on modifications to eligibility. Thinking back to the different services grid services that BPPs can provide, is there anything there that could reasonably be layered onto the existing program? So the existing programs largely target the bulk system. Are there ways to layer on other constraints, other values, other grid services into programs between now and July 1st? I'm genuinely shocked that no one, all right. Go ahead.
Hi, Andy Wall with MCA. I guess my first reaction to the question is this. We have a long history in New Jersey of having a hard time standing up programs in this kind of space. And I understand that it's very complicated. There are a lot of aspects. But I guess I would push back against the question. Yeah, I think in a sense we need to, at this point, behind the meter storage is obviously going to be really impactful. Let's make sure that's there, but let's not complicate this. Let's get a program, get it stood up, and get moving.
Gotcha. So just to follow up on that quickly, so since there's already existing programs, clearly there's going to be some amount of modification to kind of move it to an interim program. So to your mind, it's not about, I want to make sure I have this correct. It's not about adding additional services or complexity, but rather just making sure the right technologies are eligible for the existing programs and/or the existing budgets expanded. Is that fair?
Certainly, expanding budgets to increase the impact. I think there's a lot of examples around the country where these things do pay off. We have an affordability crisis right now, so in our context, it's almost certainly going to have bigger benefits than we see in other places. So I think that, going at this with some determination and some speed is really what the situation calls for.
Gotcha. Okay. So doubling down on what works and speed to execution. Got it. Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
Hey, Dan Cooper with Energy Hub. You asked about how do we layer on more value streams beyond the bulk system capacity. And I think the Connected Solutions Plus example that you shared is one that I would highlight. And the reason why that works is because customers sign up for a broad concept of flexibility in exchange for incentives, right? And so through Connected Solutions Plus, there was no new enrollment pathway that customers had to enroll in. They were already able to provide this additional value. And the utilities, as the DSOs, they know what the best use case is for a particular DER at a particular node on the grid at a particular time. And so I think you can just leverage the existing DERs, the existing terms and conditions, and use the resources in a new way, like we've done in Massachusetts with Connected Solutions Plus. And I think that customer offer is one that I would highlight to consider for like the broader interim VPP proposal. You don't need to have multiple customer offers, especially if you think about, a customer who has a Nest device or a Tesla battery. They're participating through that OEM, through that device manufacturer. They aren't, being offered competing DR participation options from like C-Power or NLX, right? And so that model has been successful, and I think that would be worth considering.
Great, that's really helpful. And building off the theme of simplicity, using existing resources and Ts and Cs that developers already understand. That's helpful. Please.
Jake Sneeden, Atlantic City Electric. I think I was going to say the same exact thing, but from the utility perspective. I think we've got demand response programs that we've had in place for a number of years now. I think it's easy, similar to what the gentleman from Tesla said, I think it's easy to expand out these smart technologies that can be included in those programs. And I know we talked about the connected solutions model sort of building on that demand response foundation and then layering in the locational piece. I think we're there. I think we should be considering in this straw the locational piece and giving the utilities the ability to work with providers to deliver that. I think we had some, our system was very tested over that July heat wave. I think we've got some opportunities identified out of that, and I think we should be able to move quickly here with those. And, welcome thoughts from board staff as well on, hey, if utilities want to advance those solutions, is it too quick to put them in the VPP, or should we be thinking about other places to put it? So would welcome that feedback as well.
Awesome. That's really helpful.
Hi, Lloyd Cass, Franklin Energy. This, from a different perspective, I think builds on some stuff that was just recently said. I first of all, I love the fact that, because I see in a lot of jurisdictions, these kinds of efforts tend to go in a direction where we create yet another silo in the policy space, in the regulatory space, and in the utility, and so forth and so on. And then we have dueling programs and so forth and so on. And the fact that we're building on something that already exists and leaning on the assets that have already been built, I think is great. To build on that, one of the things I suggest as an interim strategy, having seen and participated on behalf of implementation teams in New York, is the use of what would be a classic energy efficiency program. Creating kickers for time and location for the measures that will even accelerate building those assets and those nodes for the future VPP even more aggressively. And I think there's ways you can shift the balance of measure mix and technology and so forth, and including perhaps, okay, there's a rebate for technology X. It has a lot of value at certain times of day in this particular location, especially. We can give you this much of a rebate, or if you enroll immediately today in this DR program, we'll give you this much more. But as opposed to selling it like another program that might be related to a program, I think that's where, as a coming from an implementation background, you're starting to get into programs getting in the way of customer understanding. So the fact that you could just sort of take in one conversation, just stack the benefits, I think could be very valuable as an interim strategy to build out this infrastructure.
And all you need to do is add a plus to the name, and then no. That's really helpful. And I'm curious too, just a quick follow-up on that. I think part of what I hear you advocating for is similar to the approach that either Colorado took with their, they have specific values if you deploy VPPs on certain feeders, right? And there's an interactive map that you can use to identify those feeders, or the connected solutions approach, which is a little less precise. It's if you're in a certain town, you get this incentive, but it's using the existing brand. So are you advocating for something like that over time?
But I think sometimes it gets confusing if there's a rebate for X and then there's a connected solutions thing over here. I'm a big fan. Just add this stuff to the menu and deal with all this stuff behind the curtain. And I think sometimes we market these individual programs and take them in front of the curtain, and that just creates more customer confusion.
Yeah, and to your initial point about silos, right? There's utility silos, there's government silos, making sure all those, everybody knows about each other so you can market it as one offering. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Zena Bash. I'm with Base Power, and just picking up on that,
I think it's really forward-looking, the way y'all are considering all of the programs together. And so just a quick second on what we do is we both combine our batteries. So we design, manufacture, install, own, operate behind-the-meter residential batteries, 20 kilowatt or 40 kilowatt for a stack. And then we also serve as the retail electric provider, so the third-party supplier. And so what we're able to do is we arbitrage the energy, right? So we charge up the batteries at night when it's really inexpensive, and then we feed the house during the day. And then because we have these oversized batteries that we control, we are also able to both bring a house offline and feed back during peak times. And so one of the things that would allow us to come in, and the reason that we're talking here, here in New Jersey now, is because of the data center law that just recently passed that requires utilities to implement, to allow for negative PLCs. And so if that becomes part of this program as well, or at least, since it's coming down the pike anyway, if it is accelerated as kind of like this process as well, then that will also accelerate our own entry, for utility to have to calculate PLCs in a way that allows for negative PLCs. And again, that just incentivizes greater injection, right? Because you're able to bring down the peak even more beyond the premise that you are installed at. And by the end of the year, you will be deploying 100 megawatts of capacity each month. And so we hope we'll get to do that here in New Jersey. So thanks very much. Thanks for the opportunity. I mean, this is really, we knew the governor's office was very forward-thinking with her executive orders and the law that she just passed, and watching this process today. I mean, it's matched here at the BPU, so we appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, well, thank you.
To discuss.
All right. So clearly we could talk about that question for the rest of the afternoon, but let's move on. So how do we, and I think there's elements of an answer to this question and a lot of the responses we just heard, particularly around, keeping it simple, building off of existing programs. But how can we ensure successful transitions both from the existing programs that were authorized and operating under the triennium to the interim program, and then from the interim program to the long-term program?
Sorry, like the mic tilt. Yeah, hi, Joan White from SIA, and actually, I got up to talk about the last thing, but I was going to talk about something related.
Perfect.
So, okay, great. Everything is everything. I was going to just make the point that this is a little bit weedsy, but to the extent that you can kind of future-proof the interim VPP for the eventual transition to the long-term VPP, and I have a super specific suggestion around how to do that. The straw recommends that EDCs go out and get a contractor or a couple contractors to do their aggregations for them, and I want to kind of go into some detail on the differences in the types of aggregators. So when we think about aggregators, we're like, oh, that's like Sunrun. They have a bunch of systems that have solar plus storage, and they go and bid them into the grid. There's actually an interim company that needs to kind of be in the middle between the EDC and the IPP aggregators. And in other markets, that might be Energy Hub, who I think we had someone here from, or it might be like Virtual Peaker. There are a bunch of different vendors that provide this service. If it's possible to require as the minimum filing requirements that the RFP seek out a provider like that, that's on the utility side of the house. So you usually have two interim steps. You've got the utility, then you have like an Energy Hub style aggregator. They can then feed out to a whole variety of vendors. So if you have that initial contract with this kind of an aggregator, it's going to flow much more easily into the long-term VPP program where you want to have a variety of competitive vendors. Related to that, so that's kind of one point over here. Related to that, I wanted to just remind folks that the federal ITC for home solar and storage expired unless you're using a third-party operator. So almost all solar and storage that's going to be sold in 2026 and beyond is going to be owned by a third-party company. And what that means is the idea that people are going to jump from one aggregator to another, that's not what's happening. Like somebody owns your system, it's owned by Sunrun, it's owned by whatever company, and then they're going to be bidding that in. So if you want to maximize your reach and maximize the resources that are able to participate in the program, you need to choose an aggregator vendor that can interface with multiple TPOs or third-party ownership structures. And then the last point that I'll make is just in the terms of the relationship between the GCESP and the VPP. I envision the future-proofing of that being like the VPP is the layer cake, and right now we're kind of only baking on the capacity layer, but we really need to bake that distribution layer as well. I, for one, am not opposed to a peanut butter distribution value. Call me crazy, like maybe we do peanut butter distribution value for a couple years till we get these locational values, because that gets assets out on the grid that can be mobilized. So we got to do forward capacity, peanut butter distribution, transmission, energy and capacity DRIPE, as many layers as we can get baked into the interim VPP, because that's going to accelerate us for the long-term VPP. So I would just say it seems like a big thing to chew, but it's not that big a deal. Like, we got a consultant's report, not us personally, but the Maryland Commission got a consultant's report done. It was like a 3-month, 4-month thing to do an avoided cost analysis on all those value streams. And then the GCESP then is the icing on top of the cake. The VPP is the cake, the GCESP is the icing. It's that extra little top up that you need to get a project across the line. I talked a really long time, but thank you for the opportunity.
And there's peanut butter in this cake? I'm
We got
just,
whipped cream,
did we
we got
feed you enough at
Oreos.
lunch? Like, I think there might be, no, that was,
The dessert tray.
I love that you layered in, pun intended, food analogies and got super weedy for us, which I think, that's what we're here to do, right? And again, Kathleen said it, I've said it, others have said it, the more specific you can be with your feedback in helping BPU make corrections or, make modifications, I think the more impactful, frankly, your comments will be. So really appreciate you getting into that level of detail. There's a couple of things that I'm seeing here that I would love to hear a little bit more about. So lock-in terms for enrolled devices, I think there's different flavors of that here. Would love to hear what people are thinking about there and how exactly what that would look like. Getting aggregators involved now in all caps. Question is, how would you recommend that be done? And then, there's a theme here around clarity and transparency. How is all of this, telegraphed to all of you and to others? I think there's a clear commitment from BPU to have a lot of forums, whether it's like this or through working groups, and to communicate those things out. But are there other ways to provide that clarity and transparency that you're looking for? Would love to hear about that as well. So a few things for you to speak to.
Absolutely. I'll try to take a couple of these. Dominic Gotti with Tesla again. The first one I want to talk about is lock-in terms for enrolled devices. As we go out customer by customer to try to educate them about the programs available and what it means for their system economics, we have to work with what is available today, and then we need to project out what their system is going to do and how it's going to interact with the programs available for the entire life of their system. Tesla has a 10-year warranty on our batteries, so that's how far we're looking out to project customer economics. And we understand that there absolutely is a need for the state to be flexible and able to pivot as different needs arise, as different laws come down. But when you enroll a individual device, you need some certainty that the economics you are posing to the customer is going to be true for the life of that device. So even if the program is not going to be the same in 5 years, if I enroll today and I sign a contract today, I need those terms to still be binding in 5 years. So I think when it comes to transitioning between programs, the entire program can make that shift, but we don't want to call back up the customer and say, I know you thought you were going to earn this much, but you're not going to anymore. Because really, as that works its way back up, we are not going to sell this value into individual projects if we can't promise it for that length. One of the other pieces you talked about is like the transparency and clarity as these programs evolve. Most of the people in this room are with the policy branch of their companies, and there is a rest of the company that we need to go communicate with. So we can sit here and be in these back and forth discussions and get closest to the right answer, but we need time for our businesses to adapt to new policy landscapes. And so I think I put up there at least 9 months, and that's for a company that is able to change quickly and have updated pitches to customers, understanding how we are going to literally have the cash on hand to go install these systems. So allowing us to see where it's coming allows us to then pivot the business as a whole. And I think it's particularly useful for us to go through a stakeholder process, have a end date that is not the same day as the new program starting. And I know the legislature doesn't often give us that much flexibility, but to the extent that we can have kind of like the rules close and then time for the EDCs to go implement changes and companies to understand how that is going to flow down to the person who is talking to the customer on their stoop is going to be particularly important.
That's great. That's all really helpful. I'm looking at the time and the number of questions we have left. I'll take 2 more comments on this question, and then we're going to move on. And I do think, I just want to point out too, the clear transition roadmap seems to answer part of the question around transparency and for the industry, and the kind of advanced timeline, right, of providing that, I think speaks to that question. But go ahead.
Thanks, Dan Cooper from Energy Hub again. To answer the question around getting aggregators to participate now, I think depends how you define an aggregator. So just +1 to everything that Joan said on that. I would say aggregators probably already are participating in these programs. And then, just answering the question around successful transitions, one more point I want to make around having a successful VPP interim program is around data and baselining. So you don't necessarily need to have AMI data to be able to baseline these programs. Device telemetry data is used in a lot of these VPP programs across the country. And that also gets around, eligibility concerns. Customers don't have to have AMI to be able to be eligible to participate. And they also don't have to authorize the sharing of the AMI data, which we've actually observed to have a negative impact on enrollment potential because that's such an administratively burdensome process. So just one more thing to consider around, ensuring a successful VPP interim program and the data and baselining.
Yeah, thanks so much. I was hoping someone would talk about baselining. I think we heard that brought up at the first panel and some implications around kind of the complexity there. So thank you for picking up on that thread. All right.
Kyle Wallace with Sunrun again. Talking about the successful transitions, and I know this question's specifically about the triennium to interim to long-term, but I'm kind of thinking, I know we're calling it long-term, but I will not be shocked if we have other transitions over the life of batteries and solar and PV systems over the full 25 years. I fully expect that. So I just want to put it out there. I think we need to, a lot of folks in this room, we have been in the solar world, we're used to, you interconnect, you have one tariff, you go through a process at the beginning of the life of the asset, and then it kind of just operates for 20, 25 years or longer. And with these type of VPP programs, especially as you have opportunities down the line for locational value or other things that the utilities may want to do, we have to be thinking in a different way to try to really minimize that friction that people face if they want to go from one program to another or opt into a different one. We have to make that very easy because it's likely that these assets are going to go between multiple programs during their life, and we can't make it a very painful, burdensome process every single time. Otherwise, you're going to have a lot of attrition. You're going to lose a lot of resources every time that happens. So just I know it's hard but we kind of need to rewire how we think about that and trying to make it as simple as possible, especially when we talk about what the customers have to do to enroll in the new program. Because if you have to go out and they have to sign a bunch more documents, they have to do X, Y, and Z, you're going to have natural loss from that. So just want to put that out there as something that we've seen. We have seen this especially with batteries where VPP programs didn't exist and we had an existing fleet, and then a VPP program comes along and we want to enroll these couple thousand customers. And the easier that can be with the utilities, the higher likelihood that we're able to bring that full fleet into the program. And so there's different models you can do, like opt-out type approaches where owner of a battery like Sunrun, we own these batteries. It's part of our contract that customers have given us that authorization to enroll them in grid services. So having that ability to say, we're going to enroll you in this program, you can opt out. Well, there's certain consumer protections you can do there. That is one way that we see a lot of really successful, I would say, enrollment in programs, especially in those type of circumstances. So just something that we should be thinking about as we talk about transitions and trying to reduce that friction and that loss that may come in those transitions.
Yeah, that's really helpful, and I think it's picking up on our previous theme of simplicity, right? But simplicity for customer enrollment in the process and transitions. There's always this desire to capture all the complexity and maximize value, and there's always the counterbalance then, right, of simplicity for customers and implementers. So that's a fair flag. And frankly, when I was at commission staff, I think that was what I found the hardest, is balancing those two things. All right, so let's talk about the long-term program, or at least the first iteration of the long-term program. What are reasonable expectations for what comes next after the interim program? I'm really hoping, I was going to say, I was hoping no one else would say anything, and it's just the 1 gigawatt stayed up there the whole time. I am curious, I mean, whoever put that, how we get to, where the 1 gigawatt number came from and the time frame. Love to hear more about that. Longevity, significant cut in the peak. I think 1 gigawatt would count. Are there specific value streams or program design elements that we think, okay, maybe isn't something, to this theme of simplicity and utilizing existing programs, okay, we think this would be valuable, but maybe isn't right for the interim program, but we do think would be ripe for the long-term program. So any thoughts there would encourage, but please go ahead.
Yeah, I put the 1 gig. I think it's sort of, it's more of a...
You've been one-upped, by the way. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I mean, it's more conceptually in the gigawatts, not in the tens of megawatts, which is what I saw in the presentations this morning. Thinking in this way, we cannot just incrementally evolve the programs. We will not get there. That is the... If we're thinking about objectives and targets, getting that clarity, we're talking whether it's 1, 2, or 5 gigawatts, it's that sort of scale which can be achieved. And we have seen is achieved and is operational in other places in the world. And so it's not unrealistic in a time frame of a few years. So yeah, that was why I put it. It was more just like think in the gigawatts, not in the tens of megawatts.
That's helpful. And if I could maybe restate, and I want to get your confirmation this is correct. So maybe it's not about incrementalism, but it's actually about iterating and scaling at pace. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think it's building on what we've got, and I think that's the right approach. But it's not, I think you got to start with a good target, at least a high level target, because you go, well, no, we can't. We got to. This part of it is going to be the critical bottleneck if we carry on, and it's that sort of blue sky thinking, because this is how much flex you will need. So this is, start there and then work back. What are all the blockers are going to get there?
That's really important. Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that. And point taken on setting the level of ambition. Any other questions or comments or responses, pushback on any of that? Agreement with any of that?
Since I was the one that one-upped it, I should talk. Yeah, I guess just a few thoughts. So, and this is largely, 2 gigawatts. I'm not even sure if that is enough, but I'm kind of working backwards from the situation we find ourselves in, where the participation in PJM over a couple decades has caused the capacity that we have inside of New Jersey to dwindle. As Pennsylvania built up natural gas facilities, the transmission was already existing to move that capacity. PJM, the right hand doesn't coordinate with the left hand very well, so we've actually, found ourselves with not enough capacity in state. And so I think one of the things we need to do is really focus on that. I think this is an important part of it. I think the, distributed batteries are a really important part of that. So that's why I think the number needs to be big.
Great, thank you so much. Just a couple of other things that struck me, for no particular reason, that I just want to make sure to highlight. V2G participation, I think it's an interesting one. No new peaker plants, so tying kind of the VPP potential and what's actually achieved with avoiding the need for new peaker plants. Also, this interplay with kind of making sure that the program's actually incorporated into PJM and utility planning, I think is also an important element, or at least an element that we've heard a few times today. I'll give folks one more opportunity if there's anything burning in terms of expectations for the long-term program before we go to the next question. All right, so are there elements that you think are ideal or are the ideal endpoint for a long-term program, but maybe again, should be phased in over time? So even in 2-3 years might not be ready for prime time, but could be in 5-10 years. And so, it's part of the long-term vision, but maybe not part of the initial version of the long-term program. All right, any thoughts on this one? There we go. Consistency, that's good. Hosting capacity, we heard that before. I think that's a great flag. Utility-owned aggregation. I'd be curious to hear more about price spikes. Open marketplace, I think we've heard that alluded to a couple times from Piclo and Abe and maybe some others. So that's a great flag in terms of, what is potentially the vision for the future that the program is working towards. Please go ahead if you have a comment.
Yeah, Andrew Bain, PHI. I think, again, at the end of the day, especially for the EDCs that are in the room, it's always customer-centric, which is top of mind. So I don't want to lose focus on that. At the end of the day, it's ensuring that customer confidence and that optionality, and I think that starts with the incentive structures. So as we move through these phases and the layers of the cake that Joan was building with us all, it's ensuring that the customer's equity is top of mind, and you have to be able to iterate, what those incentive structures look like as you build pay-for-performance incentive structures around the different device types that you're aggregating. You're going to fail in certain areas, and you're going to excel in others, and you have to strike that balance. But at the end of the day, I think that is paramount to the success of anything that this program is going to become in the long term, especially as we look at, some of the things that, Tim and all of us were discussing this morning around EM&V. You're not going to be able to get those incentive structures down pat without your EM&V process being standardized, definitely across the state at a minimum, but then likely across the nation for the different devices that you're aggregating. But it's those incentive structures as you build those. So not building towards one ultimate tariff, but having a tiered structure of pay-for-performance incentives is probably the direction that it needs to go in to ensure that customer optionality, so they can then enroll to the incentive that they're looking to get based on the comfortability that they have for the experience of life that they're looking to gather out of the program.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think what we're seeing in responses here, kind of a mixture of things that we've heard so far. So hosting capacity, layering in additional grid services, so frequency regulation, utility congestion data, but then maybe some new things around kind of microgrids, advanced technologies being incorporated. So there's kind of a mix of things here long-term that might be maybe is reasonable to be phased in. So we're going to have 2 more questions, and then we'll open it up to any kind of broader stakeholder feedback. And the last question essentially is an invitation for broader feedback. But we're curious about, and just so from some context on this question, we're exploring at least part of what the Grid Services Group is exploring is looking at the potential for a regulatory sandbox. And so the question here is there, would a process to help test novel VPPs and DR technologies and applications, separately outside of the VPP program that maybe aren't like ready to go or not eligible under the existing VPP program, is that something that would add value over time and help, incorporate novel technologies and lessons learned? Or is that something that maybe is not as valuable long-term and is not necessary? So curious if folks have thoughts on that.
Knocked it off. Jake Roper, I am probably the only venture capitalist that has showed up to one of these meetings before, and if I didn't come up and answer this question, it would be a really bad one. So I think scale is what actually answers this question, is like, realistically, if you want to do small kilowatt type deployments, if it's only ever 5, 10, 15 homes, realistically, it doesn't really provide enough signal to the investor community that that's really meaningful, and that there is some kind of like fundamental breakthrough from a technological perspective that, we should be pumping millions of dollars into these new technologies. I would say if you set it up in a way where there's less of a cap and there's actually a pathway into the VPP program itself, that could be very, very meaningful and could actually, kind of broker New Jersey as a place for innovation, which I think is very exciting. And you're near some really exciting hubs like MIT, on the energy side, and there's a couple of very interesting companies in New York that are bringing new technologies to bear. And so attracting that to New Jersey versus seeing those people go to other states like Texas or maybe in some cases California first, just because of the size of the market, could be very interesting. I think you just have to think about this a little bit more grand than your typical sandbox, which is, I don't want to say cute to the investor community, it just like doesn't provide enough signal to really want to double down on those technologies in a meaningful way.
Yeah, that's helpful, and I think that echoes some other comments about scale. And also I heard in there, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, the need for this to complement the VPP program and to provide kind of that additional, opportunity to prove out a technology that then could be, commercialized at scale.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right.
Perfect. All right, please go ahead. And not to disappoint you, but there's a Lawrence Berkeley National Lab report on sandboxes that lists like 15. So there are other sandboxes out there, sorry.
Jeffrey Berger, Peak Plus. I work for an evaporative pre-cooling manufacturer. We are the novel technology you're talking about. And the scale that we're talking about in this discussion, where the utilities are speaking mainly of thermostats, are more successful in residential setting when the peak load seems to be happening later in the afternoon for commercial settings. So I think you're missing the data center target. Obviously, batteries and thermostats can be utilized. I'm not panning them. I think they're great technology. It's a great starting point. But more and different ECMs need to be utilized. We make an adiabatic product. It saves demand on the hottest days of the year, which is when load is the highest, when LMP is the highest, when the grid needs the most relief. That's really all I had to add.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. All right, well, thank you so much, everybody, for participating. I really appreciated the dialogue, and just, I should have clarified at the beginning, but I will now. Any comments were my own and don't reflect the board necessarily, or board staff. So take everything I said with a grain of salt. And I also do want to make really clear that all of these responses on the back end, Mentimeter provides them, and we'll provide them to BPU staff. So just because we didn't call out a specific response doesn't mean that it won't be seen by BPU staff, or less importantly, me. Let's see. So the last question that we wanted to ask, and again, I think for folks, we're at the kind of public comment period time, so feel free to use this question as an opportunity to provide any other feedback that you would like to provide on the straw proposal. It's really what draft BPP program requirements do you see as presenting potentially a barrier to success for the program, for adoption, whatever it may be, and very specifically into the theme of encouraging you all to provide kind of potential solutions to any barriers that you identify, what can or should be done to address those barriers. I will say we skipped over a question about wholesale market participation and FERC Order 2222. So if folks want to discuss that and whether or not it's a barrier as part of this question, would open it up to that as well.
I'll jump in, Josh, and try to bridge both what this question's asking and you're pointing towards 2222 and general wholesale market participation. In conversation with board staff since the straw has been released, I don't think this was the intention, but the way, in my opinion, that it reads is there is a requirement to go play in the wholesale market. And for, in my opinion, the most capable resource in a VPP, behind the meter batteries, that does not work given current PJM market structures. And there are a couple things up here that want to pull in. One, registering as a PJM DERA is a complex process that is not necessarily tailored to what New Jersey needs to know that these resources are going to show up in a way that supports the grid. There are also issues on the performance measurement side. There was a large emphasis on the AMI and utility grade metering or revenue grade metering, something that is not necessary for batteries who have internal telemetry systems that need to be incredibly accurate for effective operation of those. And that data can be regularly and quickly reported through either a DERMS or directly to the utility, depending on their data warehousing capabilities. And also reduces strain on their existing data pipelines. So want to point towards utility metering. There are also concerns when it comes to paired solar and storage behind the meter. A majority of the distributed energy resources, the batteries on people's garages are because they were trying to optimize the use of their residential PV systems. And based on how PJM requires participation in the energy market for those trying to make capacity plays, it is going to shut out pretty much all existing solar and storage paired systems, and will continue to pose an issue even if and when net energy metering gets reformed. There are pathways that are EDC centric, not necessarily EDC controlled or owned, but basing on their own operations, the distribution grid, that can avoid these issues while still seeing benefits that are downstream of PJM's market. We talked about 5CPs a couple times today, and I also want to bring up the peak shaving adjustment plans, which is considered in the straw proposal. Tesla sees that as the quickest way to have New Jersey ratepayers realize capacity savings, and it also puts the tool in the hands of utilities to go understand what else we can do with these systems. Do understand the desire for these aggregations and individual devices to be forward compatible with whatever the next generation of this program is. But if we tie it all to FERC Order 2222 and PJM requirements, there are going to be so many resources that are left on the sidelines at a time when New Jersey explicitly needs every megawatt that we can go find.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Any other barriers that folks want to raise? Or again, please feel free to provide public comment as well. Yep, go ahead.
Well, I'd just like to comment on FERC Order 2222. That was designed to enable aggregation of distributed resources. So I think the last speaker has a point. There are probably resources that are not able to qualify for PJM grid services, and so it'd be good for New Jersey to recognize those and be able to implement those. But you can definitely do a lot within 2222. 22 actually makes it easier for DERs and for storage behind the meter. It clarifies that the interconnection is done by the local utility, not by PJM. We did it under the old rules, and it was an incredible pain. Doing it with the EDC, doing interconnection with the EDC is much better. That's a huge improvement. You can put a revenue grade meter that's PJM qualified in your charging station. I'm not sure you'd want to rely on the car meter as the only one. If it's a car, if it's a Powerwall or something like that, then you have it in the inverter, or but you just have to do an extra step. You go to the PJM meter certification shop, $3,000. You got to type certification for your meter at revenue grade, amortize that over 10,000 units, and it's a few cents. So I don't see that 2222 really makes things harder. Is it the way I would want it to have been written? No. There are some problems in there, but it's definitely making it easier, and New Jersey should definitely encourage and allow units that are going to, the DERs and VPPs that can do both PJM services and EDC services.
Great, thank you. And I don't want this to turn into a debate on 2222, but if anyone does have any follow-up comments, please, I'll take one or two. Yeah.
I'm not here to argue. My name is Emma Marshall Torres. I'm from Scale Microgrids. Not relative to that earlier comment, but it does make me think about just the matter of interconnection. My company develops C&I microgrids of solar and storage behind the meter. And kind of concurrent to all these discussions is the promulgation of what interconnection looks like for storage assets. And I don't think that there's any conspiracy behind that, right? But it is a factor as to, I think there's been a few questions in this conversation of, are these assets ready? Or if we go live with a program, are you poised and ready to kind of receive it? And interconnection is certainly something on our mind, and so we're juggling, right, kind of what value will we be compensated, what can we tell our customers as far as operationally what these assets will be expected to do, and then also what does interconnection look like, how are we being studied, and what is our impact from a kind of study perspective. Another just kind of comment I want to throw out there, this is more towards, I think, an earlier question, which is now escaping me. I think it was, how do we transition from, more of a interim program to something more final? This point doesn't explicitly acknowledge that, but I do want to just throw out there, because we have been referencing connected solutions so often, that connected solutions is kind of revisited every 3 years, but the value is locked in for 5. And speaking especially from the C&I side, having that kind of certainty to say, we know that this value is good for 5 years. And, obviously on a shorter time scale, there is discussions about how the program could change, but we have a little bit more leeway to kind of cushion and kind of update our own internal assumptions as a business and an operator, but also our customers who, are obviously the hosts for these assets. So.
Yeah, thank you for covering that detail on connected solutions. I do want to follow up real quick on interconnection. I'm curious if you have any thoughts on, what specific interconnection reforms might be helpful to unlock VPPs here in New Jersey. I know there's, some states, a handful of states have done wholesale distribution tariffs. There's kind of, different dispatch terms that, front of the meter storage has done for interconnection in other states, Massachusetts. I'm curious if you have any thoughts.
Well, in a past life, I worked in front of the meter battery storage, but I'll let those people speak to the wholesale distribution excess tariff matter. But, I think just broadly, conceptually, right, having storage be studied in a way in which it is acting economically in line with the programs that it will participate in. I think sometimes, obviously because the utility is required to be a little bit more conservative in its assumptions to protect the grid and, everyone who uses it. There are sometimes assumptions about the way that batteries operate that are kind of totally nonsensical or, kind of antithetical to what we predicate a business on. So I think that that can result in, cost impacts that, can sometimes render a project uneconomical. I'm not speaking from New Jersey experience, but I think this is all just to say, to make sure that, the assumptions of what we expect the projects to do, having that kind of cascade to how we study and how we value those projects while we're, studying them for interconnection to the grid. So.
Yeah, thank you so much. Go ahead.
Well, she stole half my thunder. I was, no problem, because I'm going to follow up on that. Barriers not really in the VPP program requirements, but that are implicit and pre-existing, include interconnection, as she said, and I'll be specific. We're finding that when we go to connect a battery, utilities are evaluating them, batteries that are supposed to be there to decrease peak demand, right? That's what we're going to use them for. And they're evaluating them as if they're adding to peak demand. So we understand why, because they could. If you use them improperly, they could be charging during the peak demand and actually add to the problem. Of course, that's not what we're going to do. So we have to find a way to help the utilities get confidence in the way we're actually going to use these batteries and incorporate those into the interconnect rules. And the BPU is going to have to lead that charge. Same happens when we try to interconnect solar plus storage. And we say, oh, there's not enough capacity on this circuit for the solar. No problem, we'll add a battery to it, and that'll create the capacity. And they say, oh, now you just doubled the burden, and you definitely can't interconnect now. So we have to come up with regulations for how to interconnect batteries. Another hidden problem with the batteries is they're going to have a tremendous effect on the capacity markets, a huge effect on the capacity markets. And I'm going to save some factoids on that for later. But in order to do that, in order to do what we want this new age of batteries to do, they obviously have to discharge during those peak 5 coincident peaks, and in reality, they'll have to discharge probably 15, 20 times a year to hit those 5 coincident peaks. Well, after they discharge, they have to charge again, right? And we want them to do that as soon as possible, because if the next peak happens the next day, as it did this summer, they have to be ready. So they're going to have to recharge during the same night that they discharged, but that is likely to add to the customer bill on the monthly demand charge. So we need to redo how we do tariffs for ordinary customers, so that if you recharge the battery and it's not during a peak demand time, but is during a time that will show up on your monthly bill, that we don't do that. We can't afford to punish batteries for doing what we ask them to do. And that's going to mean changes to tariffs for ordinary customers, most tariffs.
Yeah, thank you. Well, and there's a corollary there with rate design for EV charging, of course, as well, right? So that's helpful. Right. Well, thank you for that. So we're not going to obviously get to all of the potential barriers that were flagged here, but I do just want to acknowledge them. And again, like I said, they will be shared. I do want to pivot to, again, an open call for any public comment on the straw proposal, any barriers you'd like to highlight. This is your last 15 minutes to provide verbal feedback before, of course, the written comments that are due on August 17th. Yeah, got it right this time. But please, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I'm just talking way too much at this meeting, but I wanted to, on the topic of barriers, I just wanted to bring in a couple of federal policy, context setting that I think is really important, and that is the ITC for battery storage. Although it wasn't cut in the same way that the ITC for solar was cut, it does expire in 2023. So we're up against a somewhat tight timeline if the full program, full VPP program that enables front-of-the-meter batteries to connect isn't online until 2029. That just gives us a really short 4-year window before we're losing that 30% tax credit. So that's the first thing. And then the other federal policy I wanted to talk a bit about was FEOC. So by 2029, the FEOC requirements are roughly 70% of the battery and subcomponents need to be manufactured in a non-FEOC. FEOC is a foreign entity of concern, and in the federal OB3 bill, in order to qualify for the ITC, batteries have to have a certain percentage of their components be not domestically manufactured, but manufactured outside foreign entity of concern countries, and that's, for our purposes, functionally China. Yeah, it's China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, I think. That requirement's going to be difficult to meet. I think we're on track as an industry to be able to meet our manufacturing requirements domestically, like we have enough factories coming online, but they may be significantly more expensive. So I just wanted to point out there's like a limited window, a limited runway when we can have a cheaper supply of batteries and when we also can qualify for the federal ITC. So, you know, to just underscore the time is of the essence point there. And then I wanted to just point to 2 resources on Emma and Lyle's points. One is on interconnection. IREC has an excellent batteries toolkit that explores the different interconnection frameworks for batteries, including limited generation profiles, so you're not getting studied under worst case scenarios. So that's my go-to resource. Or the California Limited Generation Profiles docket. That's another great spot. And then on the tariffs question, which is like if you're a battery, you're buying electricity, the terms under which you're buying electricity are very important to project economics. Maryland just completed an excellent study on tariff design for batteries that is like a cost-based, cost causer pays framework that reflects how batteries actually charge and discharge. So we will addend that report to our comments on the 17th, but just wanted to point out that like cracking that nut and cracking the interconnection nut are really key to program success.
Yeah, thanks so much. And on that last point too, I mentioned wholesale distribution system tariffs, something that Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Illinois, I think maybe New York have all adopted as well, and that was one way to start to address that concern. So I just wanted to flag that as well. Please go ahead.
Hello, I'm Henry Saylor from PowerFlex. Broadly, on the topic of interconnection, which was mentioned recently, we see this as a critical issue for energy storage assets to participate in VPP program. And broadly, you know, interconnection continues to be one of the greatest challenges that we face as a commercial and industrial solar and storage developer in New Jersey. I would say like we were really excited about the interconnection reforms passed by the board over the past year, and feel like, you know, the full implementation and participation in those new procedures by all utilities and by the BPU would really aid some of the struggles that we're having and continue to have. In addition, I'd say that from our perspective, we don't see a ton of clarity on the question of behind-the-meter storage and its ability to export, especially on solar paired sites where there is existing net metering. We think this is kind of a key issue to think about for how a battery will participate in the VPP outside of its own site. Because the goal of this program is that VPP participants can not just help their own bills on their property, right, but provide benefits to other ratepayers. And if a battery is only working on its own, the load of the site where it is located, it's much limited in its ability to do so. Exporting guidelines at all, you know, clarity on this topic, and also ability for, would be helpful just in terms of having clarity, and would allow us to build larger battery projects that provide more benefits.
Yeah, thank you for raising that. All right, last call for public comment on anything we've discussed today or anything related to VPPs.
Yeah,
Please go
hi,
ahead.
Pam Frank, Charge EBC. So on time and budgets. First on budgets, I'm just wondering, Given some of the data we saw earlier today about some of the growth in some of the demand response programs from, like 1 year to the second year, I think there was something in particular on the rate of growth of behind-the-meter battery storage as one example that was really accelerating. I'm just wondering about flexibility in budgets, even in the interim period. If we, for instance, start to see a pretty rapid uptick in the first year, where we actually get to quantify that, the benefits are way ahead of the costs, why shouldn't we have the flexibility to expand those budgets, do more faster, right? So that's sort of one overarching comment. The other comment I have is about time, and this is just a little bit of a shout out to the BPU staff. So they've been working really hard on this, but I learned something today. Yeah, little applause on that. I've been around this agency for so many years, and I mean, this represents a lot of really hard work by a lot of overworked people. But on time, I learned something today, which is, they were able to take RFI comments on this VPP straw inside of 2 weeks and, consolidate, pull out everything they needed to do. And that normally would have taken 3, 4, 5 months. And the way they did that, and we haven't even said this word today, is AI. So I'm saying that because as a stakeholder, right, that gave me a lot of hope that we can actually make the deadlines y'all put up, okay? And I know a lot of us in that room eye roll when we see these deadlines, right? But this is actually something very important to get out to stakeholders and the public, that we are working differently, that you all are working differently. So I just wanted to end on what I hope is a positive note there, because this just feels very different in a good way.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. And I will say, the summaries from BPU staff on all the comments, really exceptional and incredibly detailed. So they put a lot of time and effort into thinking about your feedback and incorporating that. So I can at least say that firsthand. Maybe one last call for public comments. Just want to make sure we have everybody. All right, well, since we have that, and I appreciate you ending on a positive note, before we let you go, we do want to bring up Deputy Executive Director Justin Coley, who's going to talk about and remind you about those deadlines that are definitely going to be hit, and close us out for today. So Justin?
Thank you. We won't keep you much longer. I primarily just wanted to say thank you to everyone for your contributing all your time, your thoughtful feedback. There's so much knowledge in this room. It's exactly what this process needs. And so thank you. Many of you traveled here to be here today. All of you took time out of your busy schedules in the height of summer. Maybe you're not like Abe and this is your favorite day of summer, but we hope it's a top 10 or something around there. But it speaks to the importance of this topic and the importance of this work. And there's a lot of perspectives in this room and watching online. But we all share a stake in creating a more affordable and reliable electric grid for New Jersey. So I just want to say all your comments today and feedback, you've played a really important role in that. And so we're very grateful for that. So thank you, everyone here. I also want to say a special thanks to our panelists and presenters and everyone who spoke for sharing your insights. Really want to say a special thanks to the RAP team and especially Josh. Can we just give Josh a big round of applause? Really amazing work facilitating. It was incredible, so thank you. And especially the Mercer County Community College staff as well for hosting us so graciously. And so from here, I just wanted to really take us full circle back to the President's opening message and just spend a little time on that vision. It's a compelling vision that clearly lays out that VPPs should become a core part of our energy system in terms of how we operate, plan, and invest. And it's a very ambitious goal that we've laid out here today. We see that in the timelines and all the work streams we're working on, but it's because it's grounded in the real opportunity. And so when we do things like creating a robust market for grid services, we're able to unlock the untapped value in the resources we have in the state to provide cost savings and reliability benefits for everyone. And so when we utilize DER capabilities in our utility planning, we can build a more modern grid that has a lower cost to service. And then when we do things like create equitable access for all customers, we can empower them to provide solutions to the challenges we face and also compensate them accordingly for doing it. And so all of these things are so important. It's also important that in the long term, we reduce costs for all ratepayers and not just those who are able to participate in these types of programs. And so that vision, I would say, is something that we hope you all share and will continue to contribute your feedback to and stay engaged in. As we move forward, we mentioned all of these different work streams. I want to highlight, again, the August 17th date on Monday in order for you to submit comments and your feedback on this particular straw, which we'll continue to refine based upon your feedback, as well as these other work streams we continue to work on, including distributed storage, proactive system upgrade plans, the grid flex tariff, net metering, as well as things like data center planning. And so your feedback is going to be critical in terms of how we shape these programs. And so we are just so, grateful for you to provide that. And so please stay engaged in all of these. And so I just want to close just saying we look forward to continuing the dialogue, working together to deliver a VPP program that helps New Jersey families and businesses benefit from a smarter, more flexible, and more affordable electric grid. So thank you. Hope everyone has a great rest of your day and weekend.